Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is 2024, September 8th. It is 2025 on the ancient sun calendar, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices, and Eggleston Pauline Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal living natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and the titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nations, are not at war, and we demonstrate all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So, the first thing that I will to share before we get into our topic is that we talked briefly in our previous Congress about the travel that we took recently. And I will to show you that our banner for amity and commerce was everywhere. It was everywhere. Everywhere that I looked, it was everywhere. And I took some photos of that I will to share with you at this time. First, as I was boarding the plane, just one moment, let me put this in the right view. Okay. As we were boarding the plane, we saw our banner on the side of the plane, and just everywhere we looked, we could see our banner for amity and commerce. I know these are not really super clear photos, but that was as close as I could get from my window seat on the airplane. And then even as we were looking out and just noticing our banner everywhere, someone got onto the plane and was wearing our banner on his hat. And I am I blotted out his face because I don't know who he was, but he came onto the plane, and I thought, because we were already seated, and fortunately we had premier seating for our flight, and he came on, and I said, I got to get a photo of this. So clearly everyone knows, again, everyone knows who we are, what we're doing, and all of that. Can you see the photos on the screen? I just want to be sure that everyone can see them. Okay, great. Again, we saw our banner for Amity and Commerce everywhere. It was on every plane, had it, every bus, and now the subjects are doing the same thing, showing our banner for Amity and Commerce. Amazing. So with that being stated, in Congress previously, we coursed the words minority and majority, and I just will to pick up from there so that we can move into our topic for today. Majority, full age, the age at which by law a person is entitled to the management of his own affairs and to the enjoyment of civic rights. Not civil rights, but civic rights. It is the opposite of minority and also the status of a person who is a major in age. Also, full age, full legal age, they're slightly different, but the same, slightly different, but similar, rather. Legal age, the age at which the person acquires full capacity to make his own contracts and deeds and transact business generally, the age of majority, or to enter into some particular contract. So this is where we are in our ascension, because we're ascending. We are not Negro, Black, colored, African American, or any of those. We've ascended up in both our timeline and our language and our status. And again, we're just going back to who we really are. We've always been the majority, but we will to put some language to what is actually happening. So when we were being told that, you know, all men are created equal and all of that, that's not the truth. In terms of knowing the difference between man and mankind and the majority and the minority, because they would say all men are created equal, but then get on to the tell-lie vision and talk about how minorities have a high level of poverty and high levels of, you know, disease and not educated and so on and so forth. So there was indeed a difference. Okay. So with that being stated, the rest of that legal age piece being that being able, a person acquires full capacity to make his, and capacity or capacity, that means the brain, the mind, having the full mind to make his own contracts, and mind and competence are the same, to enter into some particular contract or relation as the legal age of consent to marriage. And we don't do marriage, we do matrimony, if as we so choose. And then we talked about minors in law, a person of either sex under full legal age who is not permitted by law to enjoy full civic rights. And for us, it is because we study civics and jurisprudence, and so our rights are civic rights for our person. Okay. I found something here. There was a book online as I continued to do the study on the age of majority. And I'll put the link to this in the chat as well. It reads that the age of majority, it says, a child is regarded in common parlance as a person under the age of 21 years. In the eyes of the common law, all persons were esteemed infants until they attained this age, except for the sovereign, who attained majority at 18, though for legislative purposes, he was never in minority. So we've never, and here's more proof of what we've been stating, we've never been in the minority. We've never been minorities. So all of that talk on television about minorities was never about us. It was never about us. Just a moment. Yeah, it was never about us. That was always about minorities who are, and that has nothing to do with us. So just one moment. Let me clear up. There it is. Okay. So there's the link in the chat. And so it also says here that variations in the age of the sovereign's majority could be found as in the case of the majority of others. So there are some of us there are some Moors who have not mentally reached the age of majority. They're still in a minority mindset. And that being that they feel that they can get help from subjects when subjects don't really have anything to give them, as it were, in the way of saving them. So it says variations in the age of the sovereign's majority could be found as in the case of the majority of others. There's no other majorities but the sovereigns. The King of Denmark came of age at 14, according to Lacombe in his History of the Ancient Kings of the Northern European Countries. And again, we are the original Europeans. We're the original of all peoples. This custom would be referable to a period prior to the 10th century. At that age, the king would declare publicly that he wished no longer to have the services of a tutor. So remember what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. He stated that the European would be left here long enough to teach the Moors how to govern. So we've been in a tutorship where we've been learning how to govern and how to be sovereign by what was going on here regarding the modern European. And so additionally it says, thus Saint Pelé records that the minority of the nobles in France ended at 17 because they were then judged strong enough and sufficiently qualified for the culture of their lands, the mechanic arts, and commerce. Okay, so everyone knows our history. They know who the nobles are. They know who the sovereigns are. They know we've always been the nobility. We've always been sovereign. We've always been the majority. It was a matter of us being tested upwards so that we know our own power and authority, which is never ending. It is vast. It is ever growing, ever rising. So, and I'm not sure when this book was written, but it's an older type font that's used here. And then I went to Black's Law Dictionary and looked up the word infancy, minority, the state of a person who is under the age of legal majority. And they say at common law 21 years, but there are some in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who are still infants in their mind. It says, according to the sense in which this term is used, it may denote the condition of the person. The condition, the state, that's the mind, or the contractual disabilities which non-age entails, or his status with regard to other powers or relations. So we know now that whenever there was something put on television about minors and minorities and, things of that nature, and how the minorities, had a large amount of people on welfare and, all of those things, that was in reference to the ability and the capacity to know how to contract, how to write, how to govern your own affairs. So it is indeed a status with regard to other powers or relations. Natural infancy, a period of non-responsible life which ends with the 7th year. And again, this is our 7th year, and we'll be going into our 8th year. So we have matured in our thinking, in our ability to demonstrate, which we've done. We've been demonstrating and also demonstrating how to contract and how to gain access to things on the land, because everything is already ours. We know that. However, we must be in the majority in order to access those things without someone else governing it. So there is a difference between infancy and natural infancy. Okay, there's a 7-year, and so the word infans is the Latin in the civil law, a child under the age of 7 years, so-called quasi-impostandi, as not having the faculty of speech. This is very important. Not having the faculty of speech, not being able to speak competently for yourself. That's where attorneys and lawyers and all of that was coming in the previous enactment. So we do have full capacity for speaking for ourselves, and the competent writing and demonstrating of our documentation is a part of that. And then also speaking on the public record, like we've been doing in the numerous Congresses that we've had. And that's why we say that, we've stated many times that as many who will to speak at Congress, it's just a demonstration that you're not an infant, that you speak for yourself and no one has to speak for you. So with that being stated, I'm going to take the meeting out of lecture mode so that we can all speak. And you can star 6 to speak if you have any questions, comments, wisdom. Islam Empress.
Can you share the title of that, the book you were reading from, please? I'm on the phone, so I can't.
Sasha, shouldn't you be in jail, you little lawbreaker?
Okay, let's see. The title of the book, I'll just go ahead and pull it up. on the internet here.
Wonderful.
Just a moment.
Y'all do know this shit ain't never gonna work, right? This shit ain't.
I just love that it's already working. So the title of this book is, as soon as it comes up, there it is. The title of the book is The Age of Majority.
Aisha is still evicted.
Wonderful.
It's called
Thank
The
you.
Age of Majority, and it's the American Journal of Legal History by T.E. James.
T.D. James.
T as in Tom, E as in everyone, James.
Oh, okay, thank you. T.E. James. And the American, repeat the subtitle, please.
The American Journal of Legal History.
The okay, Journal of Legal History. Thank you.
You're welcome. So, it clearly describes us and how we operate and how we govern.
I thought Aisha was going to get her house back better than that.
So, with that being clarified here, now we were going to look at the license plates for automobiles, vehicles, motor coaches, and motor carriages. And again, we had announced that initially that this was going to be our subject matter. We announced it a week or two ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So let's take a look at the book. Let me find that book just really quickly.
Rise and stand, motherfuckers. The sovereigns has arrived.
Just a moment. AAMVA. Let's get that. I found some really interesting stuff in here. Really interesting stuff in this book. As we begin to put to demonstrate our right to drive. It is a right. It's still travel. It's still travel. It's just we drive.
Don't you need a Land Rover to put a plate on beds?
So let's go ahead and take a look at this this book. The part that was most interesting, that I found most interesting, was the part about the chapter about authority on page 20. I believe it's page 20. Just a moment. Let's take a look. Oh, and the definitions. So let's see. Hey, no, that was the one about. Well, actually, so we are going to develop an application for these. It did say what should be on the application, because again, we govern our own ability to drive and do commerce and things of that nature. So this is a great book for for telling from start to finish how to govern this process. Registrant and vehicle information. Registrant's name. So these are some things that should be on there: mailing location or the address, email address, phone number, and we can modify these according to our will. But as it turns out, most of this is relevant information. Okay, so this is basically the process that we will be using for people to get plates from us because we're the government. And then also, Morris, you have the authority to make your own plates because, again, we're the government anyways. And so this is how we're going to govern this process. Authority, this is the part. 6.1, so best practices for managing vanity license plate programs. So it says the authority, let me make this a little bit bigger. The authority and description of and it says vanity license plate program, but we'll just call it a license plate program, should be established by statute or rule clearly defining the application process, that license plate numbers must be unique and cannot be duplicated. We have to set the criteria for unacceptable license plates. And unacceptable just means nothing derogatory or, nothing cursing, nothing that curses. We will to cast spells that are, blissing instead of cursing. Also, the authority to recall and cancel a license plate. We do have that authority as well. The length of time a license plate is not renewed before it can be issued to another registrant, and then the application and renewal fees. And again, we have the authority to create our own license plate. It is a good practice to have a good recording system. Okay. And this book talked about the ability to, here it is, it says, it is important a review process such as the one described below is established, a review process. So it must be consistent, well documented, objective, understood by staff, and supported by the jurisdiction's decision-making body. We are that decision-making body, of course, and so we have the authority to put things on the plates and issue them, and so on and so forth. Occasionally, jurisdictions may decide to recall a license plate if after issuance it is determined to not meet the acceptable criteria. It is preferred that jurisdictions deny the license plate before it is issued as opposed to recalling it later. So this book speaks of how to govern the process in negative law. We would just use positive law for the most part. So are there any questions, comments, wisdom, or anything that you saw as you were reading this book that you will to bring forth? Anything? Islam.
Will you put the link in the chat?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, there's the link to the book. And are there any questions, comments, or wisdom, or anything that you saw in the book? Because we did give the link out in the previous Congress a couple of weeks ago for everyone to look at ahead of time as to how we govern, and it tells how we're governing the process. Someone came here to the consulate yesterday with a license plate on their car, on their automobile from, I didn't put that second link in the chat. There's someone impersonating. Here, let me put them out. Someone came to our domicile and our consulate yesterday with a tag that they ordered from off of Amazon. And the way Amazon does the tags is they put a state in red up at the top of the, just a moment, let me put that out of here. The way Amazon does it is that Amazon will have the state, which is the jurisdiction. It's a one-word jurisdiction at the top of the tag. And then you can put whatever you will in terms of the words on there. And then at the bottom it has, so the tags look exactly like what the quote-unquote DMV was issuing. It looks a lot like those, except you can put whatever words you will to put on there.
You're going to go to jail when you do it. Get ready for jail. Get ready for...
And the reason why we know that we have the authority to do this is because we've always been the government. We've never not been the government. We've always had the authority to issue our own everything. So
fiat is alive and
what we will do is I may use, let's see. There are a number of vendors out there where you can design a tag and they will put whatever you will on it. But again, we looked at the criteria or the classification. Here, let me go back to that page where it says jurisdiction, issuing jurisdiction number, page 9, where it talked about the way the measurements, the character sizing and placement, stacked characters, fonts, and things of that nature. Okay. Do we will to all use the same font? And that's open for discussion if
Islam?
Islam Empress.
I'm not. We need some type of uniformity. Maybe that's where we start.
Yeah.
Islam.
I agree. And I'm sure that's why the ancestors brought this piece forth at this time, is so that we can just agree on how they're going to look. So I prefer the Times New Roman font. Because it's clear, and the letters, there are certain letters that, for example, the difference between a 0 and the letter O, you can tell the difference with Times New Roman, whether it's a 0 or an O, you know. So are we okay with having Times New Roman be the font, or something similar, something as close to Times New Roman as possible?
I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. And then this book talked about recording of that, you know, having a database for for that, for the tags. Just a moment. Let me go to that part. Let's see. I believe it was somewhere around page. See, everything that we do is specific. Okay. In other words, it is based on us and our ability to create. Clear and concise policies and procedures should be developed to provide staff, and they say staff, but the government, and we're doing it for ourselves, with specific instructions for approving and denying license plates. Jurisdictions should provide the public with clear information on the issuance process and include applicable statutes, regulations, and policies. When administering a license plate program, the jurisdiction should be neutral and consistent. Jurisdictions should consult with their legal counsel and stay aware of emerging court decisions related to vanity license plates. And again, we are our own courts and all, so we will know what we will be able to easily ensure that part of ministry is done. Let's see. Chapter 6 is really where all of the really good information about governing the process, this is where a lot of that is. The review committee. So really, they use words like committee and council and things of that, and agency, but really it's just a court. And that's something that we did not know before, but we know now that everything was a court action, and that's why they're using the word jurisdictions here. Jurisdictions should have or establish a committee to review requested license plates when staff are uncertain whether they meet acceptable criteria. The review committee should be a diverse group of individuals, understand the unacceptable vanity license plate criteria, the history of license plates that have been approved and denied in the past. So they're saying, look at stare decisis and res judicata regarding license plates that were accepted and some that were not accepted. And the common combinations of letters and numbers that are unacceptable as established by the jurisdiction's policy. So here it says, reference materials such as an urban dictionary and other search engines can assist in defining the meaning of a requested license plate number. So even in the previous era, they were still looking to see what the Moors, the sleeping Moors, were saying, so that they would know whether to approve or deny a license plate. An urban dictionary is just slang terms that were used in the neighborhoods by us previously in the previous enactment. And so they would just look at it that way. They would look at those things, and they tried to, and this is interesting, they were even, as we were creating new words in the neighborhoods, as we were creating new words, they were putting those words in the dictionary, and they were defining them according to how we used them. So even in our sleep, we were still the Phoenicians by nature. And everyone knew that. Someone put in the chat, are those still good? I would have to say that according to the criteria, those are not going to work according to the criteria, just because of the stacking of the letters. And Moorish nobility is not a jurisdiction, as it were. Those two words together is not a jurisdiction. The jurisdiction is the land. What's the name of the land? That's why they have a state up there, or something of that nature. We could literally again. I would say for a, well, no, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that. Yeah, I would say that those are not going to work based on the criteria. Do you see why nobility, the one, and I'll just click on what he put in the chat. He was asking if these types of license plates will still work. They would have to be redesigned. They would definitely have to be redesigned, because according to the criteria, there's a certain amount of stacking of the letters that this does not meet that criteria. And also Moorish nobility, again, is not a jurisdiction. It's who we are. So it would have to be rearranged and done differently. Plus, this seal on the right is not, our seal is not black and white.
Islam Empress, can we see the screen, please, that you're looking at?
Okay, I apologize that I thought it's on the screen. I couldn't, let me see if I can share it then. Apologies, my apologies. Let me see if
Oh, it's showing now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Islam,
Empress.
Oh, you can hear me. Okay. So I am on the phone. So would it be possible to describe what you're looking at so that I can at least sort of follow along? And then the second question, are you going to post this on YouTube?
Yes. It's according to you all. It's what the Congress says. The Congress determines that.
Okay, well, I would absolutely love it because I'm on the phone, and at some point I'll get internet access and so be able to see it and see what is being shown. So I'm going to say I affirm posting it, but hopefully there'll be others. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Empress Sasha, and we're so glad that you're here.
Thank you. Me too.
Islam. Empress.
Would you mind open the meeting for a second?
Sure.
Thank you.
So these types of plates were issued previously, and the Moors had just designed them and decided that was going to be read in all lowercase letters. However, read in all lowercase letters also that's above this level of operation. Read in all lowercase letters is above the motor, car, automobile, commercial level. Read in all lowercase letters is for sovereign affidavits, 8.5 by 14 affidavits, and anything that has to do with international or nationality or universal things. Even though our civic right is connected to our nobility, the level is within the nobility piece instead of being at the top level, it's at the low. Commerce is like the lowest level of doing things, really, in terms of who we are. You know, the gods don't ever have to do commerce, but the people do commerce, choose to do commerce. And then we have persons that we use to do commerce as well. Okay, so these are high above. They are this writing is outside of the commercial level or above the commercial level. So we wouldn't. And then also our flag, our ancient flag, the red flag with the green 5-pointed star, is not a flag that goes out onto the water. It always stays on land. So we don't put it on our conveyances and things, on our tags and things like that. You wouldn't put that because we're not, if you do commerce, you don't want to put it there. Now, your personal conveyances that are only used for personal family things, you can put the flag on that, but it's not a commercial flag. It is far above commerce, high above commerce, and should not be reduced, as it were, to the commercial level. See, that is what the Morocco over there that was pretending to be a kingdom of Morocco over there, they were the commercial version. That's why their star is traced in black ink on their flag, whereas ours is not. It's green through and through. So with that being stated, these would not be for commerce, for commercial vessels. With that being clarified, thank you for posting that, Nobility. The commercial system, the legal system, because that's really what it is. It's a commercial. It's a way to add law to commerce, to make it so that commerce has a body to operate from. Are there any other?
Worked out very well for Aisha. Aisha's still evicted.
Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah, where's Aisha gonna live? She doesn't want to.
It says Islam.
Because of you, Pauline, you instructed.
Empress
is Islam. It's yes. Just a question, and related to the plates that you just had up. And you're speaking of the flag and the Kingdom of Morocco flag, where the stars are bounded by black. That's a banner. Am I correct? It's a banner of amity and commerce, as opposed to being a flag.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear in my own.
Tell us of your failures tonight, Cynthia.
Yes, that's a banner. And they were holding space or pretending, they were acting as if they were us, calling themselves Moors, and correct. You know, they were the corporate version of the Moors. There's a statement in the chat. It says the flag is part of our express trust and fee simple estate. Yes. Yes. And the express trust is expressed from the sovereign place. Commerce is below that place. It's under the trust, under it, in it, but at the bottom. So, because see, as sovereigns, at first, when we first created everything, we didn't do commerce to get food and things like that. We didn't do commerce. We just went and pulled from the land, gathered it together, cooked it up, put it together, and everyone fellowshipped and served each other and not served, but came together and communed together. And then as people as we began to spread out on the earth, across the earth, some who had things like, if they had more oil or more fruit, let's say they had more mangoes on this part of the land, and over here they had more rice growing. That's when we started saying, okay, well, this is, we have the mangoes, but we need to keep an account of where they're going. We will to know where everything is going, how many are going there. We need to justify why we send this place and that place, and however many we send, and then how many we keep for ourselves. And so we developed a legal system. And the legal system is nothing more than record keeping. That's all it is, record keeping. Keeping a record of where things are going and coming and going, and movement of goods and works. So, and that is what our ancestors willed for us, to maintain the record keeping, which is why we were sent. We were sent to put that system in place, so that the sovereigns can use it without being violated. And that we just love. We just love it, because that is what we were supposed to be doing all along. And that's the other half that our Prophet Noble Jew Ali could not tell that part. He said, if I told you the half, some of you will go back to sleep. Well, if someone had said, you all have to have your own courts, you have to have your own money, and you have to have your own legal system. If someone would have said that to me when we first woke up, I probably would have went back to sleep thinking that it was too difficult. But we didn't have a choice. It's already done now. We have it already. So all we're doing now is just putting the finishing, the final pieces in place, so that the wealth can be conveyed to us properly. So that is what has been going on. Even when you're talking about domiciles, conveyances, cell phones, communication devices and things, because remember those fake voices that came, not voices, those fake bots that came in, and you don't have a cell phone, you don't have this, you don't have that. Yes, we do now. but we willed to do it the right way, and we were not going to let them affect our ability to do that by trying to shame. So we didn't care how often they said that, because they can't say it now. And we got it the right way. We got it the way we were supposed to get it, so that it's not a burden. It's not a burden.
Islam.
Greetings,
Tajiri. Empress Tajiri.
Yes, Islam nobility.
Yes, and greetings to all the family. Okay, as I was looking at the license plate, I appreciate it. It's beautiful. However, there's one suggestion that, if I may. The word diplomat. How does it affect us in our jurisdiction? For the reason that most countries, especially in my country, Jamaica, as I have expressed before, the justice system, mainly the police, government officials, those people, they are very ignorant, arrogant people. Make a long story short, the only place that they don't stop you here is if they see it says diplomat. So I was suggesting, or just asking, if the word diplomat could have been added to the license plate, if it would have added a different kind of significance that would be more private to us, less harassment from the police. Is that possible?
So the answer is you can do them however you will. We will to be uniform in how we do them. So for you there, if you feel that that's going to assist you, then yes, do it. But let me say this about because you brought that up several times, and others have made those same kinds of statements about where they are. We cannot govern according to the ignorant, because ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Indeed.
So just because they are ignorant, we're not going to govern according to their ignorance. They're going to have to learn it.
I agree.
Same way that we had to.
I agree.
So, because if we try to bend and twist according to their stupidity, we might as well go back and be dead corpses, or act like dead corpses. Because
that's true. That's a fact.
So again, the tag that we showed is not the ones that we're making or using for what we're discussing.
Oh, okay.
Those are not.
It was.
No, when the consulate first started demonstrating, those were what some of the tags looked like that we were demonstrating. I have one like that also, but it's not on my conveyance.
Okay.
I took it off because, again, we will to be uniform, and not everyone has a consulate number.
Okay.
Some people don't have a Moorish American consulate number, which is what those tags were issued by. Which it was a great system for what it was for, but at this point, what we're doing is making things more uniform, not uniform, universal, more universal. Okay. That way, because we have to govern them. So when things happen, we have to know whose tag that is, and the same way that it was in the previous era, we have that information too. However, what we're going to do is put our license plate numbers on the record. Okay. For the commercial piece, they'll be on the record. For private things and families, kinship and clanship use within the clans, those are kept off the record. They're not on the public record. They're private.
Okay.
So if you use your conveyance only for private things and you don't go to the grocery store, you're not going to be exchanging goods and, you're not going to be doing any of that. You're just going to be eating off the land, and then that's not commerce. If you're just going to go out and pull your food from the trees and things like that, which is what I do sometimes, and other times I go to a grocery store and get them.
That's private. Okay.
So then I'll be doing commerce that way. If you have a cell phone, then you're still doing commerce. You're doing commerce.
Yeah.
Because Moors will say in a heartbeat that my car is not for commerce, but you're doing. If you have a car, a automobile, a motor vehicle that you use to go back and forth to the grocery store, you're still doing commerce. You really are.
That's automatic.
Yeah. So it's best to be wise and competent. Now, I'll say this about those places, Jamaica and places like that. Those actors over there were no more difficult. No, they're not more difficult. They're not more, they're not harder. And they're just as ignorant. They were just as ignorant here as they were there.
True indeed.
So those places are not special in terms of the actors. The actors are actors, and they will stop acting when you tell them to stop acting the right way.
And with that statement, as a matter of fact, I have something planned for them.
And if I were you, I wouldn't plan anything for them. I would just make sure all my plans are about me.
Well, that's what I mean.
Free yourself first.
Yes.
And again, the reason why the actors were doing what they were doing is because they wanted to distract us, to keep us in our feelings about them, so that we would not do what we're doing.
True indeed.
They wanted to keep you scared or mad or sad, depressed, not confident, because all of those are emotions that keep you subject to them. All of those in keeping you subject to them.
They're basically just obsessed with authority.
They're actually obsessed with us. So yeah, you're right. Obsessed with authority. Correct. Yeah. And again, they won't be obsessed when real authority shows up. We are living, walking, breathing, governing truth. We are that. We manifest that. We are that. To say that we are a witness to that is not even as true as we've done it. We've done it many times. When we show up, and we're always here, they will yield.
We will continue to show up.
We're here and never leaving. We're not going on vacation or any of that, because vacation is to vacate. No, we're not doing any of that. We're here to stay. It's our home. So,
okay, yeah. So I'll just continue to just look on.
Yeah, you can put diplomat on your plate if you will to do that. You could put diplomat on there. You could also put Chief Justice on there.
Okay.
Chief Justice, and then, a part of your appellation of, So,
okay.
The one, yeah.
I was more looking towards, as we had spoken 2 weeks ago, that we would all agree on one one particular plate. Internationally, everyone would agree on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
but if it's not finalized, then I'll just I'll wait and see what will happen.
This is my suggestion to all of us, and just let us know. Let us know what you think about this, Congress. Our suggestion is to go ahead and begin making your plates, and if you don't mind, especially if your plate is going to be on a conveyance where you're where you're doing commerce sometimes or whatever, if you present your tag to the Congress, and I'll do the same. Present my tag to the Congress, and that way we have a record of it. That's
Okay.
And that way we will fulfill the part about the part of the program that says that we won't have duplicates. Because we are all thinking the same thing about our tags. We're all pretty much probably thinking, I want this on my tag, and 30 of us are thinking the same thing. So it's probably going to be a good idea to run our tags by each other, just as a courtesy, so that we are in keeping with the program.
Okay.
Because see, the way that you get fake actors off your back is by developing a system and using a system. When you have your own system, they can't enforce their system on you.
That is true. That is true.
And so
they have to get used to it. Yeah, they have to get used to it.
Yeah. So that is what this Congress is doing. That's what we've done, is developed systems for everything. Law is systems about how we do things. We go to our own courts. We have our own money. We are our own government. We make our own laws. That's a system. That means that no one else can impose themselves and their system on you. And when I say impose, that's a good word for what they were previously enacting, simply because the root word is position, pose or position. Pose, like you pose for a photo. So we don't need any. We don't have a need for that. We don't need anything from anyone else. We can do everything ourselves. We're majority competent to do so. So Jamaica, they will yield when the system tells them to yield. Because see, the system, again, it's our system. You have to do the documentation that tells the system that they are to yield. That's what all of this is about. Jamaica's no different than here.
No exception, exactly. True indeed, no exception.
And the nobility is there, just like the nobility is here. So, we just keep doing that.
Thank you, Empress Tajiri.
Islam.
And Sasha Ann, if you're in, I didn't manage to get to put my link in the chat 2 weeks ago, but someone is here to help me do it today, so I'm gonna leave my link in the chat. I'm not sure if it's private, but I'll try to put it in there. If you could put yours in there too, I would appreciate it.
Islam Noble, I am on the phone today, so I cannot see the chat. So you can share it with me over, out loud, or just email me. I had given you the email last time. Did you have it? Did you get it?
No, I didn't.
Oh. All right. So it's shashaandbay@gmail.com.
SashaandBay@gmail.com. All right, got you.
Correct. All right, wonderful. And what was your appellation again?
Khalil Islam. KHALILISLAM.
Okay. Wonderful. I look forward to getting your email. And Islam, if I may, I wanted to add, if I may,
Yes.
Empress Light and Congressional. I am listening to Noble Khalil. So I was listening to House of Awakening Minds, Taj Bay and Dr. G, and he mentioned, or he stated, that motor car is a misnomer because cars have engines, not motors. So there was, and I don't know if anyone else
I definitely
heard that, but anyway.
I did.
Yes? Okay. And so that one was just ringing in my head because it was just like, oh my gosh, yes, look at that. But and the second thing, and I don't know if it was this particular lecture or before, but he made the statement that Obama was a foreign diplomat operating, and so that really made me think about that term diplomat. It, from the standpoint of being sovereign on our land, it's not required, or that was in my mind anyway. I mean, I'm just saying what, and so with the Noble bringing it up just now, it seems to me that just like your statement, like about the flag and our sovereignty superseding it all to the point where it need not even be on something at a lower level. So I'm just putting that out there to see what you think.
Yeah. It's not necessary for us to consider that term. Let's define the word so that we have some reference. Let's just take a look really quickly. And I'll bring it up on the screen in Black's Law Dictionary as well. I know that diplomats carry messages back and forth.
Right, yeah.
Part of an embassy, they carry messages from one embassy to another, which is, again, not necessary on our land. But if he feels comfortable with that on his tag, he can put it there, but he's going to have to fulfill the duties thereof. Whatever you put on there, then that is what you will do. Because
you must be the word.
That you don't get violated. And let me just give you a little heads up about that. You're going to be tested even if you put that word on there.
Yeah. Yes.
If that is what you're putting it there for, you will be tested on that. If that's why you're putting it on. If you're putting it on there thinking that a word will stop them, only your word will stop them.
Islam, we affirm. Also, thank you for for Empress Ra.
Say that again, Empress.
I said I affirm, and then may you please call for Empress Ra, please.
Islam.
Yes.
Did you hear me, Empress?
Yes, we heard you. It's on.
Oh, thank you.
So, Empress Light, while you're looking, I looked in Black's Law Dictionary, fourth edition, because I don't have the screen, of course, but anyway, they don't. It's diplomat. It's what it has is diplomatic agent, and it says in international law, a general name for all classes of persons charged with the negotiation, transaction, or superintendence of the diplomatic business of one nation of the court of another. Now, we're the only court, aren't we?
Yes.
On the land. I yield.
Yeah. Diploma, diplomacy, diplomatic agent. Let's see. Empress Shasha, there's a little bit of echo in your line.
Oh, hang on. I'll put my silence. I'll mute myself. Or you do it.
Go ahead. The science of diplomas or of ancient writings and documents, the art of judging of ancient charters, public documents, diplomas, etc., and discriminating the true from the false. Actually, it says false, but false. Diplomacy, the science which treats of the relations and interests of nations with nations. Negotiation or intercourse between nations through their representatives, the rules, customs, and privileges of representatives at foreign court. So, yeah, if you choose to put that word there, let me look in my Webster's 1828 unabridged dictionary. It says a diplomat. It's a noun, and from the Latin diploma, a representative of a government who conducts relations with another government in the interest of his own country. A person whose career or profession is diplomacy. A person skilled in dealing with other people. A tactful person. Skilled in dealing with other people. Well, that's the reason why it appears that fake actors don't stop people with that word on there, because if they did stop them, those people would know how to wordsmith them. So it goes back to what we were saying. If at first you have to know the right words, and when you know the right words, they won't bother you. So in that sense of the word, we're all diplomats anyway. But we call it spell casting and spell breaking and spell binding and so on and so forth. So so now that we have basically, did anyone read the book? I read some of it. I didn't read the whole thing. This license plate book. I didn't read the whole thing. I just picked the parts that about jurisdiction and authority and things of that nature, and it just affirmed what we knew already. Are there any other questions, comments about? Because from what I saw in here, we can literally look at the tags we've all had and seen, and basically make them look similar to those. However, the jurisdiction, my thoughts on what jurisdiction should be put at the top, because we can put Washington or New York or Georgia or Florida, we can put those jurisdictions at the top. But whatever jurisdiction you put up there, it has to be the same as everybody else all the other Moors around you. So like some can't, it's not appropriate for some to say, well, we think that this land is, instead of it being Washington, we think it's Palouse. Well, you're right, it's whatever you call it. However, when it comes to the legal system, the system is going to recognize what we say it recognizes as a Congress, because we're doing things in a manner that is uniform, or universal rather, and unified. So then the system is not going to recognize if this band of group over here is calling it a land of snakes and we're calling it Washington. The system is going to recognize Washington, because think about the constitutions that we put on the public record. So this is where the system is going to do what systems do, and then you can be sovereign, and it can be whatever land you call it. It can be that among you and your clan, and among, you know, if you all are forming a nation, then so be it. However, the system is going to recognize the constitutions and and what we put on the public record in terms of what we determine the tag should say. Because again, the jurisdiction goes at the top. So here, our jurisdiction is going to be Washington. That way, when everyone at Washington, or no matter where we go, they will see a Washington tag, but it's a land, because we put the Constitution on the public record for Washington. And it's also going to, so for example, the land of flowers Moors, there's Moors that say land of flowers, there are some that say Florida. At the top, it should say Florida, and then at the bottom of the tag, it can say land of flowers, or it can say Palouse, or it can say, you know, any of the other Shakamexum and all of that. It can say that at the bottom, but at the top, the jurisdiction is going to be Florida. Why? Because that's the name of the land, and that's the Constitution that was put on the public record. So it can be that, but the system is going to recognize the jurisdiction at the top, which would be Florida. Or here, some call it Washita, because they say Washington was really Washita. And some call it Palouse, because at one time there was a nation of Palouse people here. Some call it Puyallup, because there's a band of Puyallup Indians here. However, the system is going to be, the system is going to recognize Washington. So now, should Morocco be at the top is a question that's in the chat. It should not be at the top, and here's why. Don't wait a minute. What is this? What is the link in the chat? I would ask that no one put links in the chat unless we ask for links to be put in there, because we don't know where the link is coming from. So, okay. Well, okay. So, Morocco, we know that's the empire, that's the land, the empire. However, if all of our tags had Morocco at the top, and someone is in a different territory and something happens, how would we know where to look to find records about them? That's the purpose of the state constitutions that we put on the public record, is to tell you what territory they're at or from, That's the purpose of the legal system. The legal system was to make things specific for us. So Morocco would not be the jurisdiction unless we put Morocco at the top and then the state at the bottom. But we would have to agree on that. The North Gate there's no constitution for North Gate, that word. There is a constitution for Morocco, that's the empire. But see, Morocco is earth-wide, so that would not, it wouldn't specify the specific territory. However, again, if we all put Morocco at the top, and then the state or territory at the bottom, as long as everybody agrees. As long as everybody agrees. But see, our documentation has already been placed on the record about where we are. So the Washington that I'm talking about there's a constitution already on the public record, and it is a state within the Moroccan Empire. All states are within the Moroccan Empire.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, nobility.
What about the county records? In terms of there's a county charter that we did.
Mm-hmm.
There are also records there, and a lot of states have the counties at the bottom, at least here.
That's interesting. What territory are you at, nobility?
Tennessee.
Tennessee, okay. If you all at Tennessee agree to do that, then it's doable. If all the Moors at Tennessee, and I say all, if the majority of the Moors at Tennessee agree that that's what the tags are going to look like, then that's what they're going to do. They'll have Tennessee at the top and the county at the bottom. And I think, and this is just from our perspective in terms of the system that we've put together here. Let me see. Justice Rashid says it would have to say Moroccan Empire at the top and the state at the bottom and United States for America under Moroccan Empire. That's a good thought process. I kind of like the sound of that, of it saying Moroccan Empire at the top and the state at the bottom.
I would agree with that.
Because the Moroccan Empire is the jurisdiction for sure. And then we will to have, the state must be on there. That's for sure. The state must be on there at the bottom. Must be. Or I mean, the state really should be at the top, but I like Moroccan Empire on there. Well, what do you think, Congress? The state at the top and the county at the bottom, or the Moroccan Empire at the top and the state at the bottom?
Islam.
Islam.
I'm sitting here and I'm saying, that makes it, that's the distinguishing feature.
Yeah.
Having Moroccan Empire on there, because I was sitting here and just thinking about, I know we're going to be universal in design and those sorts of things, but I think that it would really tie everything together.
Okay, let me say this about that though, because think about this before you make your decision, because I know we're thinking about us, but that would mean that everybody out there on the road going back and forth to work is going to have Moroccan Empire at the top and the state at the bottom, no matter what they look like, no matter their nationality, no matter what, because that is a standard for operating in commerce.
Well, Islam, now you make that statement. I'm looking at, you had done a sort of a chart, the Moroccan Empire structure.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Let me pull that up really quickly because it's
that statement. Can you hear me? Am I clear or? Oh, okay. So
the chart that you're referencing.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So at level 3 is where driver's licenses and are shown.
Yeah.
So, and being that again, much as I jumped on that before, but again, it's the levels. There's a hierarchy.
Yeah.
There is just a natural hierarchy, and maybe the state should stay at the top. But there's some, I don't know, I feel like there needs to be some distinguishing beyond, unless that's going to be whatever the design is that we all agree on.
So,
but
the distinguishing factor is our nationality ID card. That's the distinguishing factor. That's going to make.
Okay.
When we put that with any of this general stuff, when we put it with this general stuff, it's going to boost it and bump it way up.
Correct. I hear you. I was just seeing it on the conveyance itself, but yes, you are correct. You are correct, and but actually, this is something really pressing for me right about now. That's something I'm working on right now. Yesterday. So yes, I hear you, and I affirm and I yield.
We're governing everybody. We're not just governing ourselves. We're governing everybody because it's our land.
And they, if I may, I'm unyielding myself because I have a question in the mix of that, in that statement. We are governing everyone. We are going to be providing license plates.
Yeah.
And so the exchange will be gold, silver, delirium, or, because I was looking at the documents for my conveyance, and of course there were all these taxes and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's some sort of clarification I want to overstand and get on.
You show your nationality card, those taxes go away.
I put that on on the registration and recording document that I was working on. So, okay. Yeah. So then, when we are issuing them, how do we figure the figure? Do we go with what the de facto has been doing, or is that something that we are going to come up with together?
We'll come up with it together. It'll be one silver coin or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. I have my questions answered, so I yield. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions too, English, because I'm pretty sure there are others who had the same questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To know the answer, what the remedy is. There's here, let me just click on what Justice Nate put in the photo of he put the photo of a tag. That was pretty. Here, let me see if it's. Let me get it to show on. Whoops. Get it to show on the screen. Let's see if I can share that. Can you all see that tag on the screen?
Yes, Islam.
So
Yes.
that is actually appropriate right there. The way that he has that, that's appropriate. With the banner on the one side and then the flag for New York on the other. And those will be the tabs. And we it's a one-time thing, and we just, there may be a replacement fee if you lose it or something like that, but that would actually be appropriate for each and every state. What do you think about that, Congress? I like this. I like it in terms of the format.
Islam, can you describe it, please? Because I can't see it.
Yes.
You mentioned flags, so can you just describe it a little bit for me so I can
Sure.
see it in my mind? Please. Thank you.
He put a tag on the screen, and the conference is unlocked. I'm sure that's probably what that was about.
Islam,
Islam.
check your messenger. I sent you pictures.
Imbrashasha, can you see it in your messenger on your phone?
Oh, you see, my problem is I have no internet. I'm on the phone, so I'll be able to see it somewhere down the road, hopefully. But I can't see it.
Get messages in your on your phone?
Oh, hello, brain. Hang on, let me have let me try it. I mean, sometimes really and truly it doesn't work, but let me, thank you. I'm so cray-cray right now. All right, it hasn't come through, so that means there's no internet connection, even on the phone right now, so the data is down. So
what it looks like is it's a license plate, and in the upper right corner it has our banner for Ambient Commerce. In the left corner it has the New York flag that they signed for New York territory. In the middle of in between those flags up at the top it has Moroccan Empire, and then underneath that it has United States for America. Then it has big numbers, and then at the bottom it has New York.
Okay.
See, if we did that earthwide, that would just be, we could do it earthwide.
And can you, is everything in blue?
It's in blue, yes.
Okay.
It's in blue.
All right.
With a white background. And the background,
with a white background.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat about excuse me. Thank you. I just got a whiff of dust to come in my nose. Someone asked in the chat about the background. Can you have, what did they say? It said, would the background be a color or would it be white? You could probably put, something in the background that won't inhibit, like here they have blue mountains and things in the background of the of Washington tag. I like that, but I know that the system is already prepared for us to have the state at the top and whatever we will to have at the bottom. That system is already in place. Our system, like we could literally order tags today if we agreed that the state would be at the top and whatever we will to have at the bottom. I think at the bottom, let me look and see at what I saw in the system, in our system.
Islam, Tajiri.
Islam.
Tajiri. Yes, this is good. One thing I'm looking at though, where it says Chief Justice, and then there's the person's name there. Mm-hmm. Should the person's name really be there? Could it go without the person's name and just says Chief Justice?
Names should not be on tags because names and titles should not be on them because
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is a because see again, if we do that, then everybody has to do that. That means the subjects and everybody.
Right. And this format is what I had in mind initially when I was saying that we should have just one license plate for everybody. This is what I had in mind, where it says Moroccan Empire at the top.
Well, but again, the subjects are going to have that on their tags too. Then.
Okay. Yes, I remember you mentioned that.
And to me, I just think that it's best to have the state at the top for that very reason. Okay. Because everybody is going to have the same kind of tag. Whatever tags we agree on now, everyone's going to have the same one. Everyone, no matter who they are.
Right. And on the left and on the right, I was thinking that you could add two more of our symbols. I'm not familiar with the name of the symbols, but there's two that's mostly they're on the affidavits.
So here's the thing about symbols and things of that nature. According to this book about best practices for managing license plate programs, I'm gonna have to find it and read it. Let's see. See, this process is a general process. I know that we will to express who we are, but we're doing it for everyone. It's not just for the Moors, it's for everyone. Okay. Now on the front, so here's the thing, on the back plate, and this is something that will assist us in getting the need to be ourselves. It's not a need, it's a will, the will to be ourselves out. You can have a front license, a front vanity plate. You can have a front vanity plate and it can say whatever you will for it to say. Hopefully it won't be, like our flag or anything like that. And I'm guilty of having the flag on my conveyance. It shouldn't be on there. So but fortunately that conveyance has been parked for a while, because our flag is not supposed to be on a commercial vehicle. Islam.
Well, now that you mentioned having the front be the proper and then the back be vanity, then we have to be.
No, it's the opposite of that. The back can be proper and the front can be vanity.
Okay, still though, the uniformity of that has to be then established, because some states now have to require you to have both front and back be that of same image. And like New York, for instance, and then other corporate states, you can have one and it must be on the back. So the uniformity has to be then established for that all states be one tag on the back.
I'm okay with it either way. I just know I'm sensing that there are Moors who really want to just put their Moorishness everywhere, and I get that. However, it's not appropriate everywhere to put it all out there like that. And when I say out there, in other words, you don't want your Moorish nationality to be lost at sea out there somewhere. You will that it be done decently and in order. So again, we're governing everyone's tags with this process. So remember, the subjects are going to have the same thing on their tags. Whatever we have, whatever we agree on is going to be, they're going to have the same thing on theirs.
Islam. This is Empress Amani. I was thinking about the identity aspect of it, wanting to have Moorish or Morocco on the front and at the top, but then at the same time, we're already identified. So I don't think it would be necessary to put it on a license plate. And then, like you said, so then if we are doing this for everyone, we don't want everyone to have it anyway.
Right.
It's not for everyone.
Right.
So they know immediately when we get out of our conveyance who we are, so it goes ahead of us.
Yes, it does.
So that's not, I don't think that would be necessary.
I agree with you, Empress.
So I yield.
I agree with you.
Islam, I affirm.
Go ahead, Empress.
I was just saying, I affirm with the Empress, and I keep my eyes keep going to that chart. This license plate is for commerce.
Yeah.
And I think that that's the piece that keeps repeating, so that the state being on the top, and
yeah.
I think that's the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
And that's in alignment with the law and the legal processes and everything.
Yeah.
I yield.
Yeah. Our nationality is sacred.
Correct. I think, if I may, I'm just thinking as I'm listening, of course, and I'm thinking that in some ways, the settling of this sovereignty, and not settling, maybe settling is the wrong word, but, well, it's a financial term, but anyway, that knowing that this sovereignty is with me always. Yes. I don't need to display it. I am it, and it is me. And so I think that sometimes as we, coming into this knowledge and being, there's the idea of wanting to wear it, but we are it.
Yeah.
And and so, yeah, that's what I'm seeing in this whole thing. It is about being comfortable as I am. Wherever I go, I always am.
Yeah.
And so on the different levels of how I'm operating or actioning in the world, then those hierarchies do have to come into play. And so I yield.
Islam.
I also want to add to what the Empress was saying, that I think it is also a good idea to have, and I'm affirming, to have the territory at the top, because we read from top to bottom, and so that's going to be the first thing that we see if we're reading from top to bottom. And that's kind of like what we're used to, is reading from top to bottom. So we're going to read what's there first before we kind of trickle on down to what's on the bottom.
Let me say this too. Yes, Empress, I agree. When we put the state at the top, we're going to put the state not in all capital letters. It'll be in red,
yes,
right, but not in all capital letters. It'll be first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase.
Affirm.
I have a question.
Islam.
How many digits or numbers will we have on the plate?
According to this, you can have as many as will fit in terms of the size. Let me see what this says. That's why it's a good idea. So the license plate character sizing and placement is right here on the screen. It says characters are at least 2.5 inches in height, proportionally wide, and spaced no less than 0.25 or a quarter of an inch apart. So as many as you can fit on there within those parameters.
Islam, and question regarding that, what we're speaking of now, so the meaning of what the number alphanumeric sequence is going to be on there. So because we're talking about jurisdiction and state jurisdiction, so when it comes to that, for referencing, because you had mentioned earlier, if we all had, Morocco and no state on there, how will we know where in Morocco does this tie to? So in regards to all of this swirling around, the number sequence, alphanumeric, it should have some type of meaning regards to information-wise. Let's say, because we're used to making cause action numbers and so on and so forth for our own record keeping. But now that we're going out and we're going beyond that, we're doing a collective, then we should make also noted that a uniformity for purpose for alphanumeric numbers. Oh, also, because remember we did the money. We did Washington is 1 and New York is 11 or 12, as far as, the serial numbers for the money. So along those lines, that's the premise that I'm speaking to for the license. This one.
So there are some who will to have on there. But for everyone else, just for general issuing, it can be that, Empress. So what she's saying is, for example, the federal district, this is federal district number 1. Number 2, if you look at the quote unquote Federal Reserve map, it's the map back the other way around. We put everything back in proper order. But you'll see the districts, and there was 12 of them, I believe, or something like that. And so she's saying that the tag numbers should be issued according to that.
No, not necessarily, pardon, not necessarily according to that, but for reason and purpose, like, because people will want to put like, oh, my daughter's birthday, or this, that, and the third. So I'm saying, like, when we was to go in the last past era, like when they would issue a summons, if you were first in line, you would get 001 on that particular day, because it would have the date, the year, and the month for that day. So you have 001. So if you came the next day, you would have the date, month, year, and you was first, you'd have 001 of that day, month, and year. So that's what I'm speaking to as far as purpose and meaning of the numbers being on the plates.
Yeah, we could do it. I mean, you could do it that way. It could be done that way.
So, and also this is for for reference, and for like you mentioned earlier, for, let's say something was to happen, how we establish who is the of this matter.
Yeah.
Conveyance.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
It all have to be tied in. Pardon. So, because when in the registration part of the conveyance, even when the purchasing of the conveyance in the past era, right, you would, especially with a new conveyance, even if it was used, the acting dealership would issue you the tag, and automatically the tag number would be linked to the VIN number, would be linked to your appellation, would be linked to your location, would be linked to, your social security number. All these things would be linked instantly at that initial exchange for the conveyance, even to the point of, let's say, you was buying it from a third party off the street. When you would register the title also would be linked into this whole equation. So, so continuity of alphanumeric information is important.
Yeah. Or that can be the register, the recordation number system can do that, and then whatever the recordation system, so you would give that record that number, and then they can put whatever they want on the tag. Whatever they will on the tag.
So the recordation number, that still would have to be uniformity and have some semblance of purpose of
yeah, it would be
record keeping,
the year, the month, the day, and then whatever that number, if that was the first one issued for that year, month, and day, then that would be the record number, and then they can put whatever they want on the tag. They will on the tag, instead of that being the tag number.
Okay.
Islam. Justice Timothy.
Oh. Yeah, this is Noble Timothy Hashim from Virginia, Tennessee. I'm so grateful and thankful that you are here, sis, and all the empresses that had issues in the past. I'm glad to hear that you all are here. Thanks for that. My question is regarding the tag. I understand so far dealing with the state at the top, right, and the flags on each end.
Yes.
And the territory that you are domiciled in is at the bottom. Am I right so far?
We have not put that. Those are on the table as formats we've not voted one particular way in just yet.
All right. I had thought of the number. What I had considered was the put in the non-taxable code, the AA 22141 dash, and then the number that I would start with that tab, meaning that I know that's universal. All of us can use that. So when they behind us or they in front of us, they may recognize we're doing commercial, but they also understand we are state and we are non-tax. So they cannot stop us for any tickets or violations because that's what they're after. Because they will feel they have jurisdiction. Wait. Also, I have noticed that I had a brother in the past when he recently bought his conveyance. I asked him, did he take off the seal and the vineyard? Well, he didn't, and it ended up they stopping him, and they took the conveyance. Well, I thought because of the fact that they still had jurisdiction, because the seal or the corporate seal is still on the conveyor. Once we take that off, right, now we can restate it in our jurisdiction, in our state jurisdiction. But I think because as long as that seal and that vineyard is there, they also feel they have the jurisdiction to stop us. Well, he was snatched out of it.
Just a moment. Okay. Just a moment. What seal are you referring to?
I'm talking about the seal that's on your door, the front door, the driver's door. You have the seal where it describes the vehicle, have all the information.
Oh, okay.
That's a corporate seal. That's a corporate seal. Also, the vineyard in your dashboard, that also is the corporate seal. That gives them the right of commercial. And so it's like you are using their property, right? And then they can charge you for theft. You see? Although you are sovereign, you can prove you and your justification. But it's the vehicle is what they are after, okay? So, because their seal and their vineyard is, their corporate seal is there. So they can take jurisdiction. And that's what they have done. And that's why they dare you to even try to attempt to come after it. The reason is, again, they can charge you for that. You have to take the seal off. You have to take the vineyard off, okay? Now it's in your possession. Otherwise, okay, it's still under their jurisdiction, their control.
No, it's not.
Many of us don't know that. Okay, go ahead, sis.
Well, in order for them to take the vehicle, there had to be something about his person that allowed them to pierce the veil of who he is. There was something about him, his claim or his identity that told them that they could go past him and get because you have to get past personam jurisdiction before you can get to that other stuff. You have to get past the person. So there was something in exactly. and it may have been just in the commercial transaction that he used to get the vehicle where his identity was pierced.
Absolutely, sis. And I sort of figured that out, that before I had retired this year,
Mm-hmm.
I thought to correct the record. I went to D, it's called undefiled.
Yes, that's the word.
Undefiled is you didn't file anyway, okay, but you're going to correct that, right? And see, what I did is I went at the Social Security Administrative Office, not to them. I went at them presenting. To me, I started with the court, consular court, before I approached them. I think I was 2 feet away. I started at court, and I presented myself as Chief Justice and consul, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I approached the clerk or the custodian in the office of clerk. And for me, I'm thinking I'm presenting the treaty. What I mean by that, I had the original birth certificate corporate person in my possession, which attaches to the 3/5 of me, right? By name, okay? And I also had my original birth record that you suggested that we do.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Because that is very, very important that the ancestors laid on you.
Yeah.
That to correct this record. Because when I went at 18, I didn't have a birth record.
Yeah.
Because that identifies me, not the 3/5. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
When I went there, I registered, but I didn't have my birth record to file together. But that day, when I retired, I had both of them. So I'm standing on the treaty.
Yeah.
Because the birth record connects me to the treaty and the Constitution.
Yes.
Right? And my birth certificate only connects me to the 3/5 that I do all the transaction or intercourse with them. All right? And that's by the name, not my title. So I made it clear to them that I'm Consul Timothy Ray Hurst. And this is the corporate, because see, I know I'm being recorded, I'm being videoed.
Yeah. Yes.
We don't know that, but I know this.
Yes.
Okay.
Know that even in the privacy of your home, there is a record being made of what you say and do.
Absolutely. 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 So I figured I were correcting the record for me and the system. Now the system recognized a homonym. They recognize a natural and corporate person.
Yeah.
Timothy. Right? So now, when I terminated all of the contract, I terminated the contract that I started when I was 18 with no birth record. See, I didn't have the evidence to prove that I'm ownership to the 3/5. The record proves it.
Yeah.
I figured out that that's called reversal. Because what they did is take your title and they converted it into the name that attaches to the 3/5 of you. Because see, that's not in the ground. That's still on top of the earth. So we have to be responsible for that. You see? And so that's why the title and the name are harmony. Okay? So I felt like I took my own responsibility and correct the record, not for them, but for the system, to recognize now the owner of that name. Okay? the owner of that bond, okay,
Yeah.
is present now. Okay? So now I'm going into their society, okay, with both record and bond. So they can't ever, tag me or misidentify me as the bond to the bond. Why? Because my record is proven to who I am. And I figured out that the lady that was there, she said, you can't send the documents in. They will not accept it. So you can't email. I said, can I email all of this information? She said, no. You can only have the original. I said, wow. You mean to tell me the original is the only one can correct the record? She said, yes. All right. So I just want to put that out there for us to know that any documents you put out elsewhere, they're going to refer back to your beginning. And your beginning starts there, right? Where mother, she started us there.
Yeah, the birth certificate.
That's why we have to go back and sign the contract again. All right, but we're an adult now. Okay, so I'm just saying that the fact that I'm glad I correct the record for the system, not them, because even after I've done that shit, I have called and referred it, and one who I've spoken to said to me, well, I'm going to still refer you as a citizen, U.S. citizen. Well, I told them, that doesn't bother me, but that's not my reason for doing it. To convince you, I just wanted to correct the record. You see? Mm-hmm. To know you, it doesn't matter how you feel about it. Okay? Mm-hmm. It's a matter, again, am I lawfully and legally status correct? So, to me, for doing that, I exercise the treaty. Okay? So, not in written word, but my action.
Okay.
Go ahead, sis.
My question to you is this.
All right.
If she is allowed to call you a U.S. citizen, then whenever something comes up in the system regarding U.S. citizens, she has taken the authority to apply that to you.
But when the system sees that what attached to the .u.s, right?
Right.
Name, right? Mm-hmm. The homonym. There's consul Timothy Mary Pastor. And see, that has to be answered to. Yeah. And it already has the birth record. Yeah. See, the birth record don't verify that, because a birth certificate is not a document for identification. It tells you that. You can't use it for verification. Right. But your birth record is your original document. That's the only original document. Yes. We don't have no other document, because even our allodial titles come from our birth record. Mama. Yeah. Without that, the allodial titles don't have any just. Yeah. Correct? So I'm saying, because I found over the years that going at jobs, if you will, I would take my birth record. I remember that. And they said, no, we don't need that. We don't want that. And I wonder, well, that's to identify me. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. And they rejected it. I said, whoa, what is that?
Title, not their title of incompetent, minor, and all of that.
Yes. So I said, okay, you don't want me to identify myself. right? Properly. That's properly. I was doing it properly.
There it is.
That was way back then when I'm like 19, 20.
Yeah.
You see. And that was a signal to me, but I couldn't pick it up, but I comprehend it now. Like I said, that's your only original document. Now, all our other affidavits should extend from that.
Yes.
Because if it doesn't, sis, I'm so glad you told us to restate it. That was so valuable.
Yes.
And I think it came from the Empress within. All right?
Indeed.
That was a powerful correction.
Yes.
Seriously, that is. Particularly for the noble, anyway.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Okay? Because that cannot be disputed who and what I am. It cannot be disputed. No corporation cannot dominate that. That's why they don't want it. They don't want it present because it'll justify a human is present. See? They can only have jurisdiction of the person, the 3/5.
Yeah.
Right? And when I feel that when I showed up that day with my birth record, it's called revertal. I reverted it back to my ownership.
Yeah.
I'm the one owns that. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And I found out, and I'm going to chill out for everybody because I want anybody to share what I brought. Give me something. How you feel about it? But I looked at I see it as a contract, the certificate bond.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow I made the one who converted your title into your name. They do that. The title is apostles.
Authority to even speak.
I'm looking at my birth certificate now. And I study that.
Yeah.
And the synonym for an apostle is a converter.
Yes.
So that means they took your title, they converted it into a name, right? And that's why Mother gave us the name.
Yeah.
Right? So we can identify and take possession of our property. But you gotta have something proved, right? And original that attached to that. And only the birth record can do that. You see? That brings you back into ownership right there.
Yeah.
Okay? So I figured out now that it is the converters who charges you, who penalizes you. Okay? They do that.
Mm-hmm.
They're the only ones who can do it. Matter of fact, nobody else can do it. And we need to recognize that. Who are our converters, right? Who convert our titles into the name on the bond. That's who we need to know. Okay? Because the United States corporation is just a business. That's an entity. But the U.S. citizen who converts our titles into names that attaches to our 3/5 of ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what they have done. And if you don't go and correct that by the record and the system, they're going to always put you in their jurisdiction, or at least attached to the 3/5 every single time. Even if you put it out on termination corporate contract, if you didn't correct that, okay? If you didn't correct that, they still can charge you for naturalization. Because to me, that's what I thought I did. By not putting the birth record on file with the birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Treaty, I think, indicates to do so, right?
It does.
Okay, so that's naturalization. And again, that's the charge. 18 USC 911. I presented myself just as a U.S. citizen. Okay? That's a penalty, and that's 3 years of prison.
Yeah, it should be.
Huh?
I said,
yes, I think it's you feel what I'm saying?
Did I
corrected it.
Wait a minute. Somebody apparently is trying to say something here, but I can't.
Yeah, I see. Go ahead, sis.
Go ahead, Nobility.
Go ahead. Oh, okay. But
come on, Cynthia. I don't want to miss those new domiciles that you got. Let's hear all about.
After I was noticed of that code by Todd,
and who's the city Negro talking about his birth?
Go ahead, Nobility.
And knowing that when they ask you, do you understand? That means I'm standing willingly under this code. This is what this character is asking. All right? So, again, I just wanted to put that in, that my stand that I did it this year, and I have made suggestions to others, and they have done it successfully.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's part of the empire connection to me, that I have a birth record. Yeah. Okay? That's mama.
That's
right.
That middle level here. And really it's the highest level.
Yes, sis. Yes, sis. I'm glad you gave me a minute for my 2 cents into Congress, and I hope it helped in some way, because you all have helped me tremendously. Just the confidence that I have, you know.
That's important.
Also, I want to mention, is it feasible then that the brother was mentioned about the title Chief Justice? You notice you could have a extension under your tag, right? A little small, extensions. I've seen people do that.
Yeah, I've seen.
And they'll have their name not on the tag, but underneath the tag, you see, or on the side of it. And about the seals, is it feasible then, or suggestible, that the seals can be placed on the vehicle or on the conveyor, not necessarily on the tags?
What would be the purpose of having the seals on there?
Well, as you say, there's a lot of ignorance out here, sis.
Okay, hold on. I figured that's what I was going to say, Nobility. We're not going to govern according to their ignorance.
Okay.
The tag,
then
just having a tag on there that's made by our government is coverage enough for the whole conveyance. Is coverage enough? Because we've agreed on that. Because the tag is jurisdictional. The tag identifies, just like the birth certificate identifies. The tag is part of the identification process of the vehicle, of the whatever you call it, whether you call it a motor coach or an automobile or an automo engine or whatever you call it. The tag. The fact that they did not, that foreigners did not make the tag is enough to prove. And plus, this Congress has agreed on or we will agree on, by the time this Congress is over, we will have agreed on what the tags should look like generally.
Mm-hmm. But I was speaking about the conveyor regarding the other seals, and that is to help identify the unknown. Okay, what are you dealing with, and what are you approaching? Even when you're looking at the tags, right?
Mm-hmm.
That will indicate that that's coming from a different jurisdictional government.
Well, that's going to be on the public record before you get in the conveyance at all. It's already going to be on the public record what that is. So I feel that it's appropriate to put the seals on the tag because of the level that we're speaking about. We're now talking about regular everyday conveyances. Now, when you're talking about government vehicles where we're going to present ourselves to another nation or something like that, then you will to have that tag for that. And here's the thing, Justice Nathaniel put something in the chat that I think is very important to note, that at any time you can have 3 or 4 different types of tags for one conveyance.
Okay.
You see, so if when you're going to speak to other nations, yes, you should have the seals on your tag.
Okay.
You should. And it can say diplomat, or it can say consul or chief justice or whatever, you know. It can be the one that Justice Nathan put in the chat, where it has Moroccan Empire at the top and United States. See, I think we should have more than one tag for the conveyances anyway, depending on what we're doing with that conveyance. If we're just doing everyday things, we can have this one that has the state at the top and, you know, whatever at the bottom, the county at the bottom, or whatever we agree on, you know. It can be a vanity plate of some kind, but when you're talking about government and things like that, then you have a different plate for that. And that one, I think, should say Moroccan Empire with United States for America, and then have the state at the bottom.
Yeah, specifically, and it should be somewhat universal for everybody else.
Yes.
Right? And then the other ones are your options that you can slot to. Okay, now, again, now, what the brother just inserted, all right, that broadens it. But we were specifically talking about one, which is okay. But now, again, by adding that and knowing we could add to that, yes, that's good.
Yeah.
Because you're keeping it in specific, right?
Yes.
And you're stating in specific instead of just putting it all in one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. I agree with that. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sis. And I think I think I killed for a minute.
Yes. Thank you, Justice Hassan. We're so glad to hear from you in such just a powerful testament of your demonstration as well.
I'm always with you, whether I'm on the present, Congress, I'm listening, observing, and applying when I know I can and will.
Yes.
So I'm always with you.
We're so glad, Justice Hassan. We appreciate your energy and glad.
I'm the pinky. I see myself as a little pinky on the hand.
Islam.
Okay. Right. Have to fill it up. So thank you. Islam.
Islam nobility. Let me say this really quickly. Whenever we come together, so like let's say if when we have our convention and we come together and everyone comes to the territory, we will have our government tags on there, the tags with the seals, with Moroccan Empire, United States for America, and then the state. We have those on our conveyances when we're meeting for governmental things, when Congress comes together. And then at our territories, when we're doing everyday things, we'll have the regular tag for that. Is that, because I'm really feeling having more than one tag for the conveyances based on something that Justice Nate put in the chat. I want to show that to you. But go ahead, Empress Angel.
Yes, Nate and I were here right together. Actually, I have a few things I want to speak on what the brother said, and it's like a little note. If you ever watched any 007 movies, in our days of relaxation, and the other movies that they show you that in the movie how they will switch it. Oh, also a movie called Taxi. It was the taxi that would have the button that you would push, and it would automatically flip the tag, and you didn't even have to get out and change it because it was, you just push a button. So the technology is definitely there. And so also when the noble was speaking and he had mentioned the apostille and what that really means is a converter.
That's powerful.
And then he said they take your title and convert it to a name. Really? That was like, that was some deep like knowledge that was just so casually spoken, but like to meditate on that. Are you serious?
Let me tell you what I'm seeing with that, because I got goosebumps now that you're emphasizing that word that he brought forth. And the ancestors have been showing me this too, through my consort, because my consort has been converting my delarium into instruments that for commerce. Okay. We're the converters. We should be the converters to convert delarium into United States dollars.
Oh, and he also said, among that, he said that only the original can do what now? Can also change. Only the original can change. I said, if that don't say nothing, I don't know what else does. I'm just like...
But that's information of what we've been doing, creating our own everything originally. Everything. Driver's license, it's original because it came from the original. Birth certificate, court actions, I'm telling you, these 7 years of work have been worth it.
Affirmed.
They've been worth it.
Affirmed. Thank you, sis.
They've been worth it. And thank you, Noble Hassan. I'm just elated to hear so much of your voice, because you say very little, but I'm glad to hear that that it's just that everything is working the way it should, based on the things that this Congress has put on the record. Original documents.
Islam Empress.
Islam Empress.
This is Empress. This is Navi.
Hey, Empress Navi.
Greetings.
Islam Empress.
Islam. One thing that hit was we have been dealing with a conversion of a state.
Woo!
And that has been done to us. And it's just time that we convert everything back into its proper state of being.
And we have to write it in order for that to happen.
Okay.
Ooh. And the root word of the word reversion and converter is verse. Verse and voice are the same word. Verse and voice are the same word. Justice Nate put something in the chat from the GSA website. It says, why do we have A and B plates? It is impossible to track the status of both license plates using one record for a two-plate pair. GSA fleet has been redesigned to have two records for each license plate pair, an A and a B plate. The status of each plate is tracked from the date of manufacture until returned for destruction. The plate number is active until both plates are returned for destruction. So that is further affirmation that the system can hold two plates for one vehicle. for one.
Islam?
Islam nobility.
I put the manual. I sent you the manual too. You have the book where you could go to the other page and it explains this part which you're seeing right here.
Ah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for that. He also put another something here. Let me see if I can get this on the screen. Is this the rest of this? It's the rest of this thing. It says, one last thing. How is law enforcement involved with license plates? National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System. GSA Fleet provides a message to law enforcement officers when a U.S. government plate number is queried. GSA Office of the Inspector General investigations can provide investigative assistance. Federal, state, local, or military law enforcement, or to them. Federal Protective Service monitors and scans plates near federal buildings, investigates stolen, missing plates, implements Operation Reduced Risk. Okay, so again, this is why let me put this back on the screen. We are operating at the United States level. This is a special purpose financial vehicle. It's not a land. It's not the land. It's a vehicle. It's a conveyance method by which commerce is done. So an apostle is a converter. Ooh, and this dictionary does not make it that clear, but that's as clear as it gets. As close to that, from what I see here, an apostle is a person sent out on a special mission. In law, a brief statement of a case sent by a court from which an appeal has been taken to a superior court. So that's converting. That's converting.
Islam.
That's what preachers were doing too. When they call you up to the altar to alter your state, and they put their hands on you, and then they have you sign up as a member, that was you allowing them to convert you. That's why they call you a new convert in church, because they were converting you.
On that note, quickly, that you brought up the church aspect, it was funny because Justice Nate was on Instagram today, and he came across a video, and this actor on this pulpit was saying, and you know they're not supposed to speak about any type of governmental thing or whatever about voting and such. But he said it, no cares did he give. He said, you can't be a Democrat and be a Christian. He said, get your Democrat behind out of here, you baby kill. And he was just going on, and he was convicted. And as far as his words and his heart and mind and everything else, he was like, you Democrats, he said, I don't care. He was going on.
Wow.
He was going on. He's like, only thing that could be is a Republican, not a Democrat. He's like, you demon rats. I was like, oof.
Wow.
This is recent.
Wow. They're going insane, if you ask me. You know, that's insanity. All of that stuff is insane. It's insane. It's insanity. They're not mentally fit. Justice Anthony, you were about to say something as well.
Yes, and my apology. As I was listening to the brother Noblazan, he mentioned that the actors had jurisdiction to pull the brother out of the conveyance because they had jurisdiction because of the tag that's on the door and the VIN number on the conveyance. Now, if you are the person that owns the conveyance and you possess the original manufacturer's title for that conveyance, wouldn't that change the situation as far as jurisdiction is concerned?
You must create and restate that VIN number. See, the VIN number can stay there. It can stay on the conveyance. It just has to be converted, restated. That means all we do is just create a manufacturer's origin affidavit about where that vehicle came from. The vehicles, every one of them was created on the land, on our land, using our resources, but we must state that. We have to give the conveyances and automobiles and vehicles a birth certificate, a birth affidavit. Okay. So it should have a allodial title, birth affidavit, and then it should have a recordation, which they were calling a registration, but we just restate the registration and call it a recordation, and then put that on the public record.
And that will make it full in your jurisdiction.
That will bring it right, that will put it where it was in the first place.
Okay. Thank you for that info.
Yeah. So those numbers and things that they can stay on there, but they must be restated, just like we've restated everything about us.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay.
And see, now the subjects at these places, subjects in the office of everywhere, are saying what we've been saying. They're now saying what we've been saying about only the original will do. And you must have the original, and we're the only ones that can create an original of anything. Now, let's see. So Justice Nate put that tag. May we agree on for our national tag, because we'll have a national tag and then we'll have an everyday tag, and we call it an everyday tag, but it's a United States tag. It's a tag for doing regular commerce, because we'll be doing commerce and going throughout the territory or whatever. But for the national tags, I am in favor of the national tags looking like what Justice Nate put in the chat, which is on the screen. With the
Islam.
The Moroccan Empire at the top, the United States for America under that, and then at the bottom the state, and then a number or what have you in the center, and those flags. Well, no, that can't be. It can't be a national flag. No, it can't. I mean, let's see. National flags would have. I mean, national plates would not have this banner for amity and commerce on it. It would have the Moroccan Empire flag on it. Our national tags would look like this, but have our flag in the corner. It has to be that way when you're on government business, because you're on the land always when you're on government business.
Islam,
Empress.
Could you just the national flag being in the top right hand corner? Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
And then would the jurisdiction territory flag banner be on the left?
Yes.
Okay. And the color Moroccan Empire, would that be in red, and then everything else blue, or?
Yes, it would be in red. Moroccan Empire would be in red.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
And then United States for America will be in blue. And everything
in blue, right.
And the state will be in blue. It's still the land, though. It's still the land.
But and so okay, and so on the United States commercial or commerce tag, the jurisdiction was in red but initial caps, correct? Is that what I thought you said it was red, but initial caps. It wasn't all capital letters.
Yeah, it's in red in capitis diminuendo minima, which means the first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase. Or they can
right. Okay.
To me, that it doesn't matter. When you're doing commerce, you can use all capital letters for the state. But I think that we should put it in capitis diminuendo minima. First letter capitalized, rest of the letters lowercase. For the and they'll look just like the tags that are on the conveyances, that are going up and down the street. In other words, those will be the ones that everybody has. No matter who they are, they can have those tags.
Correct. They don't actually put the corporate ward state on the tags here. It's just numbers and letters. There's no other identifying
because
material, so that will be good. Right, because they're corrupt. They're a corporate ward state. They're not a state. They're not a nation. They're not, and so they do have a government, which is again not a government tag because they're not government. But and in fact, when it says GOV', which we know that does not mean government anyway. But anyway, I yield. Yeah.
So this is, I'll just do a little Washington at the top. Numbers. And these would be in blue. Let's see, these would be in blue. Here, let me make this bigger. So the everyday commercial tags that we have on our plates, on our conveyances, would be like that. And then at the bottom, it can have, it can have King County in blue or green or whatever. King County can be in green, or well, and I don't want it to be. It should be in blue. Let's have it in blue. Something like that. Let me just take a look. So for our state tags, our everyday tags can be like this, and it will have the banner, our banner. Copy. Let me see. It'll have the banner in this corner, and then it'll have the state banner. And see, our ancestors knew that this was coming, so they had us to make our own state flags and everything. And it'll have the state flag here. So let me just. So this is how the tag would look, essentially, just the everyday commercial tag that we go around and we're doing things, on the land. That is how that would look. Oops. This, that is my proposal, but we had other proposals. Oh, that's right. The other proposals would be for the national tag, and the national tag, our government tag. So, like when we're coming to have a constitutional convention, or something of that nature, then we would all have tags that have, oops, let me collect this up here. It would have just a moment. Let me make a so this is essentially what has been proposed to this point. It shouldn't have a blue. Let's see. Now, if please add to this, Moors. Just one moment. Just a moment. Let me take that off. Copy. This flag would be for our government. For our government plates, this is what when we're doing government business on the land. Here, let me pull this. Okay. And then it would say in smaller letters, smaller blue letters, blue. It would say United States for America in smaller letters, not necessarily this small, but this is just and then it'll have whatever it's going to have in terms of letters, numbers, or whatever you the government wills to have on here, whatever that's going to be, and then it will have for us it would be Washington. For New York it would be New York, and then we could, nobility, put the seals on either side as well at the bottom. So let me grab the seal really quickly.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
I like this. Instead of saying what is that, Washington, could it says international?
It could say universal or international, or right. It could. However, it's going to be international anyway because it says empire. It doesn't say state. It doesn't say city. It doesn't say county. It says empire. So that's automatically universal.
Okay.
Because see, this is again for the purpose of proper identification of the vehicle. Proper identification of the vehicle. What territory is this vehicle from? And so then, and that's the only reason that we wouldn't necessarily put international on there. When they see these flags, it's automatically going to be an international affair. When they see United States for America, it's automatically international. The United States are the earth-wide states. The Moroccan Empire, and then on the other side we would put we can put the consulate, because again, when they see the consulate seal on here, it's going to, that's automatically international.
Yes, Empress, that is it.
You see,
that is it, Empress.
These are this is the proposal based on what we've heard and what everyone has said. Did I miss anything in these two tags?
I don't see the banner.
So the banner would be on, because it's a banner for amity and commerce. So it would be on the everyday. This is the everyday tags that we're proposing.
Okay.
Okay. And then when we're doing government business and we're coming together to do government things, then we would have the Moroccan Empire. Wait a minute, let me make sure I put this on the screen properly. There. We would have the Moroccan Empire tags.
Question: are we going to do dates on ours, or are we just going to not have dates for ours and only do dates for the subjects?
The everyday tag can have dates. This one can have dates, and the dates can be in the lower right corner or lower left corner, whichever.
Now that leads me to my second question. Mm-hmm. If we're going to have dates and we're doing license plates for the subjects, mm-hmm. would they have expiration dates or renew dates as well?
They'll have renewal dates.
Okay, as long.
Do you think they should have expiration dates?
I think it should, because according to our expatriation act, and immigration, based off of immigration, people was coming here to work. So if those people that came here to be of service, they should definitely have an expiration date versus a renewal date.
That's a good point.
Or if they're coming here for permanent stay, then they would get a renew date, because that means they're here permanently. After good behavior, according to the immigration.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. That's a good one. What do you think, Congress? I agree with him about expiration dates. But see, that would mean that anybody from these tags would have an expiration date. Because these will be the same for everybody. That's why we said renewal date. If they don't renew by that date, then it's expired.
Islam, will there be a penalty for expiry?
Yeah, yes, you could. It'll be the same as any other, in the previous era, they would collect up the vehicle they would tow it or whatever. That would be the penalty. You'll get a ticket. You'll get a ticket for driving on an unrenewed tag license plate. You get a warning first, and then you get a ticket. Islam.
And these would renewal would be yearly, annually, would it?
It could be if the Congress declares it so.
Because I know on our licenses it's not annual, but on the typical is yearly, but well, not for the light. On the actual recordation is a yearly thing. So anyway, yeah, we'll put it out to the Congress.
Whatever Congress says.
Islam. The thought is, yes, those decals that is attached to plates in most places would be what would be called the yearly renewal instrument, but not the plate.
Right.
So since we're not going to have decals on there, why would we even need to be concerned about renewal or even expiration?
For commerce, we might have decals on there. For the commercial everyday tag, we may have them on there. But see, this is the difference, and this is where nationality comes into play. For those of us who are of the bloodline and birthright, we show our nationality card. We don't have to pay that. We'll get the decal anyway. That's really how it was supposed to be in the first place,
I guess my thought is, and others can chime in as well, obviously, is that why should there be, and there is no penalty from our end where there would be any expiration for a plate. I guess the only thing I would think of would be the life of the plate itself. If the plate obviously becomes damaged in some fashion, it cannot be visibly seen properly, then it needs to be replaced, and that kind of thing. But that's just my thought.
Why we would have renewal dates. Let me tell you why we would have renewal dates. Renewal dates, especially annual renewal dates, the fee would be to support the government, really, because it is still ministry work. And it's commercial ministry work. See, the Act of Algeciras 1906, they were trying, the Sultan was trying to implement this kind of thing and couldn't do it, or didn't do it, or something of that nature, to make it so that people pay allegiance to the government, pay tribute to the government. That is, these fees from people who come here is what was supposed to build the roads and take care of the bridges and the infrastructure and make the parks nice and beautiful and all of that. So that's what the fee is for. But the sovereigns don't, the heirs don't have to pay that fee if they have a nationality card. But let me say this too. There are going to be some Negro, black, colored, and African American, some who think that they're that, and they're going to stay that until they expire. Then they're going to have to pay until they know who they are. See, these kinds of things will be an encouragement to them to declare their nationality. So that's why we would have a fee attached to that. See, we learned from the previous era, we learned from that previous era. We learned. We remember. A nationality card, and trust and believe that in the previous system, those people had something that would get them out of whatever fees they didn't want to pay, or if they didn't want to go to court or whatever. They had something because there was only poor people in the court. You didn't see them wealthy, quote unquote, wealthy ones in there because there's something they had that they would present that would get them out of that stuff.
If realizing now what apostille is, even any or seal, it's a converter, right? So from that perspective, so if they were, because I remember my father was, in the state, and he would, donate to the association of this, that, and the third, and then they would give you a sticker, and they would say, put it in your windshield, and if you get pulled over, and whatever, it might help get you out of a ticket, whatever. And that most likely the sticker had an emblem or a seal of the agency or corporation, whatever, that you were a part of, association. Anyway, that was the converter.
And that converted would flash their badge and then get them out of stuff.
Exactly. So I mean, now because I'm fixated on that whole piece of what the whole converter part played in the last era as far as that fraud is.
Empress, go ahead. I'm listening. Oh, you a light just came on as you were speaking.
Seriously, the conversion and the rate 3/5, as the good brother has stated, that part too. The conversion. I can just think about how much was converted from title to name, and then name being corporate person, and then when he said the title was converted to a corporate deed or anything else outside of that, and then all the things that was done, acted upon in that regard, in that manner alone, and then you think of all these corporate counties, these corporate cities, these corporate states, right, and their corporate seals that they have that would be associated with that. And and even with the land, my goodness, right? Because when you go to the county clerk office, and if you got a house or whatever, they would do their clerk's receipt, and they would have their seal, and then they would emboss it. So therefore, they would convert living lands to a fraudulent system. That was that was the converter, and then you had to pay a rate.
See, now we can see what's been going on, Empress. Can't we?
Yeah. My goodness. Just from that whole statement alone, it's like, this is really, really, really what's been going on. And then the apostille perspective and how that came from a corporate Vatican that wasn't acting, and they converted the matriarch into the patriarch. And how the apostille was a seal that was given out to the lowered to the derivatives for them to do their conversion.
The word apostle, in one dictionary it said that they were acting in the stead of the Pope.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. And I didn't ever read it. I just have fun.
So now, Empress, and this is the light that came on a little while ago, our nationality card is the part that converts privileges to rights.
And the mother's title, and we had established that when we had did our original birth record and affidavit.
Yes, and that's why that stuff was so important just for us to do.
We put our appellations of our matriarchs. You know, some did mother and patriarch and matriarch lineage, but it was the matriarch's appellation, you know, that was on the record. I mean, because I did my mother's matriarch and my father's matriarchs on both sides.
Yeah.
When I did my paperwork. And so now realizing how important that is, because that's the seal, that's the converter. I mean, because that's really what converts the fraud back to the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
My goodness.
See, that's the thing with the tags. When the Moors, with this regular tag here, when the Moors show their nationality ID cards, they get the update things. It's a right, so you cannot tax rights. You tax privileges.
Islam.
You also tax benefits and you also tax opportunities, but you don't tax rights. And that's why we would update it every year. And for the heirs, they can come and get 3 years in a row if they choose to, or they can, you know, whatever. Well, just every year. They'll do what the system says. It'll be every year.
Yes, because along with that, I was also thinking about when we do our vehicle inspections, because inspections is also tied into all this as well. So to have it be properly maintained, that was something. And I was talking to somebody. Either which way, what was stated was an inspection that it was Spain, and I was watching a video of a sister who lives in her van, and when she left America and she went to Spain, because she had decked out her van as she wanted and there was no regulations, but when she went to Spain, she had to go and pay an inspector to inspect to see if it met the requirements for Spain, and she had to remove a lot of the things that she had originally put in her, you know, her living quarters for her man, and then pay a fee, and then pay a registration fee, and a fee, and a fee, and a fee. But all the while, it was for the EPA and for the admissions, the inspection. Because they go tooth and nail to make sure that the conveyances were roadworthy. You know, because there's so many conveyances I've seen, not as recent, but over the years that, like, the side mirrors falling off, they got tape and, you know, bungee cords, and I'm like, how in the world? Because it's been grandfathered in the lemon clause or whatever clause that was allowing these conveyances to be on the road, and it's like, that's not safe for nobody. It does not meet standards that is roadworthy. Car tires is like bald and all types of stuff. And when she was talking about the requirements for Spain and how strict they were, but she said, but you know, at least I know that the cars and things on the road where she's at now in Spain is safe, and she don't have to worry about, you know, blown tires and this, that, and the third, and, you know, stuff like that happens here on this side of the Americas, because Spain, you know. Anyway.
Well, we were ruling when all of that stuff was put in place.
Yep.
Yep. And here we are again.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Yeah, you know, I just want to share in that whole piece So here we have to, there was registration, fitness, all of those things, which are all taxes, and none of it went back to the actual land. But anyway, what I wanted to add in, so I remember the noble mentioned, and then Empress Angel mentioned the 3/5.
Yeah.
Do you know what the 2/5, the remaining 2/5 is nationality. They can only deal with 3/5 because the nationality is the original, the living, breathing sovereign. And so that makes it whole. And that's what makes everything whole. When we come with the nationality, we convert everything back to the original.
And everything is now a right and not a privilege.
And not a privilege. Well, remember, because the dead, the property does not, things do not have rights. And once we come the living, the sovereign, well, yeah, we write the right because that's right, and to make it right.
Yeah.
I yield. Yeah.
So we are the converters.
Yes.
The original, converting everything back to the original. I will say this, that anything that we tax, the tax is going to be doable. One silver coin is not bad. If people can afford alcohol and all that other stuff they buy, nails and hair and new cars, and if people can afford all that stuff, they can afford to pay a tax to the Moors. They were supposed to have been paying that anyway. But we had to implement it and then actually protect. When they pay the tax, they're protected. So all the Moors and you know, as we're doing this implementation, I think about all the Moors who got pulled over for conveyances because they had quote unquote Moorish tags on them, and I will say that not quote unquote, they were Moorish tags because the Moors produced them. What they were being told without them saying it is that you all have to agree on how the tags should look, and you got to get tags for them too. The subjects, we got to get tags for them too. You know, that's what was being stated, is you all have to agree on how the tags look, because Moors had tags looking all kinds of ways. So now let us agree on. However, by the way, we're going to take a vote here in just a moment on these tags, but is there anything that I missed in putting these tags together? Is there anything that I missed? Based on the suggestions that were made earlier. And then there'll be a date, a renewal date. Oops. Renewal date will be in this corner. Islam Empress.
Yeah, before we take the vote, could you just describe it so that I can see it, please?
I will, because
I really do want to vote. Thank you.
So there's two tags. Islam Empress Rose.
Will you open the meeting, Ollie?
Yes. Just
Thank
one.
you.
Okay, there are two flags. There's our Moroccan Empire government tags, and then there's our everyday commercial tags or whatever, you know, the tags that we use on an everyday basis. The ones that the ones that we use on an everyday basis are for everyone. And what they look like is, in the upper left corner is going to be the state flag, and these state flags are flags that you all have designed for that state. according to the constitutions that you put on the public record. So this is the one that we designed for Washington, and we have original indigenous George Washington on that flag. That's in the
Islam Empress?
upper left corner. Islam Empress.
Can you just confirm for me, it's a flag or a banner? Is this a flag for the state that we did, or is it a banner?
It's a state flag.
It's a state flag. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
It's a state flag in the upper.
It does absolutely nothing because it's just.
Just a moment. In the upper left corner is the state flag as designed by the Moors.
Okay.
Upper right corner is the banner for amity and commerce, which is on all of our documentation. And then in the middle of that is the jurisdiction. So whatever state that you're at, that you put the constitution for that state on the record. New York, Washington, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Jamaica. Oh, okay. And then underneath that will be whatever numbers or letters, alphanumeric characters. Just a moment, Empress Shasha. I muted your mic because there's a little bit of feedback coming from it, and I want everyone to be able to hear. And then there's numbers, letters, you know, whatever the case may be. However, whatever they decide, unless it's a vanity plate. If it's a vanity plate, it'll have some vanity something on it. And then at the bottom, King County, and then in the
It's not going to get Aisha back into her house.
In the lower right corner will be the renewal date. So there'll be a renewal date tab in the lower right corner. So
is there a color for this tag, or we are the renewal tag?
For the renewal date tab, it will be
Stupid fucking Negroes. Aisha was evicted because of Pauline.
The color.
Stupid fucking Negroes.
The color. Empress Shasha, I'll wait till she comes back. The color for the renewal, Empress Shasha, are you there?
I'm back. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Islam.
So I missed if you were stating the color for that.
It's going to change every year by whatever that year is. It's probably gonna change every year. But for now, it can just be blue and white.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, and it will have that year all the way written out, because you know theirs had really, it wasn't even a year; it was an abbreviation that they had on their renewal tab. So it really wasn't.
And so right. And so would it have the month and the year, or just the year?
It'll have the year on one side and the month on the other. So that's okay. Right. Thank you for that, Empress.
Okay, and so the month would be written out, or would the month be numerical?
The month is going to be spelled all the way out in the lower left corner. Oh, no, wait a minute. Let me clarify this correctly. In the lower right corner will be the month, the renewal month.
Okay.
In the lower left corner will be the renewal year.
Okay. And the background would be blue for the initial year, and the writing white, or the background white and the writing blue. Which one?
The background white and the writing blue.
Blue. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Islam. Empress Sasha?
Yes.
I have screenshot the image. I could send it to you in your email, and you could see it.
No,
okay?
You see, the problem is that would be wonderful. I'll have it at some point, but my problem is right now I don't even have data, so I'm on the actual telephone, so I can't even access. All of those things got shattered during the storm, so I don't have that right now, and it's not even working on the phone. So I know this is annoying, I'm sure, to everyone, but I really appreciate your patience. I appreciate, but I want to participate, and I want to be able to vote knowingly. So, but I would appreciate it, and maybe, in the next 2 days or next hour, I might get data back on the phone, but I can't help that right about now. So thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to find a way for you to see it.
Well, I'm seeing it right now as we're going, so thank you. I appreciate it, and hopefully it will be on the public record on YouTube. But I don't know when I'll be able to see that yet. So.
And you said your email was sasha@com, right?
But she can't get her.
Right. And it's at gmail.com, but I can't access any of that right now, and I don't know when that will be, so I'm really trying to get as much information. And let me yield so I'm not holding things up any further.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you. Don't forget that at gmail.com. So, all right, wonderful. I yield, sorry.
Yes. Justice Harold, I see what you put in the chat. Yes. That is the way that it will work. The renewal month tab will be in the lower right corner, and the renewal year will be first in the left corner. So this is the proposal for the vote for the everyday commercial tag. Just a moment. Everyone gets this tag, no matter who you are. Everyone gets one of these. And then when we do our government business, we change the tag to the government tag. And this is the proposal for the government tag. So when we're out, when we're meeting for government things, this will be the tag for that. That's our proposal. So let's first vote on this. Does anyone have any other suggestions, questions, anything? I want to make sure that I did not miss anything on this everyday commercial tag for our conveyances, for our vehicles. Islam.
Yes, you had mentioned something on this commercial tag about Jamaica. What was that you said? I didn't caught that one.
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
Okay, about this particular one, you had mentioned something about Jamaica. I didn't caught that one, what you said. Could you repeat that part about Jamaica, what you said on this one?
Jamaica would just put, it would just be like that, and then whatever province or parish will be at the bottom. So, and then the Jamaican, the flag that Empress Shasha has done will be in the upper left corner, and then the banner for Amity and Commerce will be in the upper right corner for Jamaica.
Islam, thank you.
Islam. And then when you on the on the Moroccan Empire flag tag rather, when you're doing government business, let me just think about that. Let's see. Moorish National Republic federal government is on this seal right here. So our government is mentioned here. And the consulate is on this seal. The consulate, the Moorish American consulate is on this seal for international matters.
Islam.
Islam.
Idea just popped in my head. Where you have Washington, we could put because we're doing government business, it should be I've just had it in my head just now. The appellation of your nation, like ours is Montewato or Potomac, or with the Moors in California, half of theirs. I mean, our land of flowers, half of theirs. It could be the tribal one because it's government. This is when we're doing the government affairs.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Let's see. But we see, and we have the Moorish National Republic federal government on the seal. We still have to know, we have to be able to identify where the conveyance came from, though. And that's why I put Washington there. That Washington is also a judicial district. It's a district. So that's why I put Washington there for ours, but Moorish National Republic federal government is on, this is our seal. And this is the seal for the Moorish American Consulate. If you decide on that for your territory, then do it. But see, we have to know where it's coming from, what territory the government vehicle is coming from, or going to, coming from rather. By looking at the tag, we should be able to know that this government vehicle is from Washington Territory. So, it might be like Tajiri Bay, or it might be Empress, Empress Jessica, or someone we would know.
Islam. When I looked up plates in the Wikipedia, the new one for our territory here in Land of Nod, they put the model right here. Right there where you got Washington, they put the model, which is Excelsior.
When you say model, I don't know what that word means. I don't know.
Motto.
Oh, motto.
Yes, motto.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, my tongue is, that's my ancient tongue sometimes.
Yes, indeed.
Comes out.
Excelsior. So let me just give you my thoughts on why the location is there. Whenever we come together and we meet, we will be able to know who's present and where they came from just by looking at the conveyances. That's my thoughts on why the territory name is there. It's Washington Territory. Because again, if I come to your territory and something happens, and I don't expect anything bad to happen, but if something good happens, like I got so excited that my conveyance stayed parked there for a while, they will know that where it came from. So they'll know who to get in touch with about it, or what territory to get in, what bay or governor to get in touch with about that vehicle. That's what I'm thinking. Also, when we say United States for America, this is also part of that. Now, if it said United Nations for America, then I would put the nation there, the Moorish nation there, the Moorish nation with our government seal. I mean, Excelsior or the motto, that's a great way to do things. I think the motto, I'm just wondering what purpose it would serve. The motto, how would that help identify the vehicle? That's my question. How would that help identify the vehicle?
Could the motto be used for the front plate or the vanity instead of, I mean, I don't know, I'm just...
It could. That's where I would see where it would serve a purpose. But we have to know where the vehicles come from, what territory they came from.
I affirm that would be necessary.
Islam.
Well, I'm from Mississippi territory, and they call Mississippi the Magnolia State. So maybe I don't know. I was just.
But see, I would not know if your tag said Magnolia State instead of Mississippi. I would not know where that conveyance came from, because I may not know. You know, others may not. We may not know the model. You know, and the purpose of a tag is to identify the vehicle.
Right.
That's why you know. Islam, Empress.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing that the mention of Mississippi being the Magnolia State, and I'm looking at the background of what we're proposing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we're going to be voting if this is going to be like concrete, or we're going to have imagery behind. Like, it would be great, I think, to have the Magnolia image in the background, not prominent, but, in the background, for whatever that representation of each state is.
Yeah. I agree, Empress. I think that they should have some imagery in the background. I think that will be good. I think that for starters, we should simplify and do them like this first. Just keep it simple first. And then maybe the following year introduce graphics and things in the background. But that's just that's because to me, we're a very creative people, but sometimes it can get confusing or chaotic looking. We're not confused. It's not chaos for us, but the eye may perceive chaos if there's too much going on at one time. I think that it's important that we do plain and simple from the very beginning. and then later introduce the creativity parts. Because I agree that each state, I don't even know what the suggested model for Washington is. I don't even know. In fact, let me just look that up really quickly, because that will tell me what's going to be in.
Islam. So the mottos, as you state, they're suggested. They would need to be restated, would they not?
Yes.
I mean, because they're not authored by. Were they authored by the Moors?
So the models that they have are adopted from what we did.
Right, yes, because it says adopted, a maxim adopted as an expression of the guiding principle of a person, organization, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Basic. So, yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Carry on. I yield. Sorry. Carry on.
Yeah. That's a good question, Empress. Where do they did get them from us?
Originally, exactly, but obviously, even if it was, we'd have to restate it. We'd absolutely have to.
Yeah.
Islam.
Empress.
Really quickly, the noble who's in corporate Mississippi, Empress Brosh, she's looking for your information. She's trying to reach out. If that noble can just restate his information, Empress Ross trying to connect. I'm not sure if he's reading the chat.
Oh, Justice Dumois is at Mississippi.
Yes, I will. I'll give my email.
So the model for Washington is Al-Kai. Isn't that interesting? And it does come from the Chinook. It's a Chinook word. Chinook is a group of Indians here who were holding space for us while we slept.
Islam. That means spirit.
Yeah, it does. It does. Al is one of the titles for nobility, right? No, it's Ali. Al, they, Ali. Yeah, it is one of the titles for nobility. It's Al-Kai. Washington did not, Washington did not, the jurisdiction here stayed really close to what it should be. It stayed really close to what it should be. So that's the model for, but even still, we would still restate that. We could use that word, but it would not be written like that. It would be written slightly differently, spelled slightly differently as well.
Islam.
Yeah, Islam.
Also, this right here, what they're showing you what people was in this region by saying unofficial model, meaning we heard it from the original people. This is from their tongue. So we know that they spell things incorrect, right? So from their tongue, this spelling would probably be totally different anyway.
Yeah.
And it probably wouldn't be say Al-Kai, it would probably be Al-Ki, or because that's how we learn things. So they don't speak like us. We speak totally different.
Yeah. We would actually pronounce it Al-Ka. Alkah or Alqah. Alqah.
And then also this second paragraph, it states here, a state model is a statement that expresses a state's values and beliefs.
Yeah.
But we don't believe, no, we know.
Right. Truth.
Yeah.
So, but if I had a tag and it had Alqah at the bottom, no one would know where that's from anyway. They would actually have to like research and look that up and then make the conversion because the spelling would be different. So from our perspective, just in introducing the tags, can we agree that well, Justice Nate said that the name of the nation should be there. We can vote on whether it should be that or the state, nation, the territory rather, unless there are any other suggestions to put into the voting hat.
Islam, one last suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
We could keep the state there and just put like right above it or below it our nation.
Yeah, above it.
Nation.
Like maybe in smaller letters right up here.
Yeah, like small letters.
Let's see. So Washita or for me, I just say Moorish Nation because all of them are, part of it. And in some cases, for us, we feel as though we are, and we know we are the mother nation. And or we could say Moorish. Here it would be spelled in ancient English. So Moorish, national, republic, republic, federal, government is how we spell it in ancient English. Which is not a bad idea. That actually is not a bad idea. I like that actually.
Islam, that's great.
Yeah, it's ringing in my truth.
I like that too.
Yeah. Justice Nate.
Islam, that look official.
No.
I affirm.
Indeed.
Is this our official vote?
Well, let's vote on the commercial tag first. And here I'll just put it back to Washington, which is what it was.
Before you take the vote, I just have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Are we also, because reading, I also did an overview and scanned through the handbook or the pamphlet, and they also were speaking of, I guess, the way you would process or manufacture the actual plate, and they talked about the readers and digital, and are we also voting on that, or am I getting too far ahead?
We're not going to have any digital reader or anything like that. We won't have that technology in them. The technology that is used for these is simply recognition of letters and numbers, just like any algorithm. So algorithms do that. They just recognize letters and numbers. And when they're put together, it will tell the algorithm comes up with a summation of that, or a location, or whatever it is. So there won't be any digital or any chips or anything like that. There won't be any of that, no barcodes, none of that in our stuff.
But okay, so I was also wondering, will it be, because some license plate has it is kind of bumped up because it's an actual
embossed.
Yeah.
No.
Just visually, I was just trying to see what it
from the
like
beginning. Maybe not embossed from the beginning, but at some point they may become that.
Okay.
The tags that I've seen, Empress, where they can be personalized the way that we're putting our own energy onto them, are not embossed. They just print on them whatever they're printing on them and then send them.
Okay. I yield. Thank you.
Islam. Yeah. Everything that we have made laws about, we can change or update or, add to or take away or whatever. We can change it at will. We just will to do things decently and in order.
Islam.
Justice
Islam.
Nathan and Empress Shasha. Empress Shasha, hold on. Justice Nathan said something really quickly. Go ahead, Justice.
Yeah, something popped in my head as y'all was conversing, and I was thinking in the future that we can have a national license plate competition where we can have the heirs come up with, special design plates and stuff like that, where they could win a gift or a prize for coming up with the best plate for their state or county or territory.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be for future references. And just for now, we could just make a paper plate and get it out there so people could start seeing it and notice and, and getting used to seeing these type of plates. So by the time we come around to the convention, people will be like, hey, man, I had an idea for this. You want to spark people's mind.
Islam. The canvas is open and clear. The canvas is open for you to do whatever at your territories because you're the governors there, you're the bays there. So you can have that however whatever you will to have to get the people involved, because that's really what this is about. Also, is getting the people involved. Let's see.
Islam, my quick question before we go to the vote is, where is the Moorish National Republic government located on the government tag?
It's just above the territory in. So there's a territory at the king. Wait a minute. Let me go back to it so that I state the right thing. There's a territory listed at the bottom, and just above it in smaller letters is Moorish National Republic federal government in ancient English.
And in red?
And in red.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
It's also in capitis diminutio minima.
Okay, wonderful.
Islam.
Thank you. I yield.
Islam. So let us, this will be our, and here, let me just put it at the top. This is tag license plate, and actually not license plate. It's a,
Moroccan plate.
It is an automobile plate. That's this one right here. This one is the automobile plate number 1. Automobile plate number 1. And this is for commerce. And you know what? This makes so much sense to me. The reason everybody had the same plate except a few people is because they just said everybody's doing commerce. Nobody's being themselves and being national and doing things. The only people that had different plates is states and governments who were supposed to be governing things, and the military, and then people who had trust. So this will be for commerce and everyday use by all, to include Moors and subjects. This is for those that are doing commerce every day for the legal system. So let's go ahead and either approve or disapprove this, or affirm or not affirm this to be the everyday tag for everyone. Islam nobility.
Nathaniel Bruce Cherry Bay, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you so much.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Nathan Sabis Bay, Arizona Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Earl Julian Lloyd L., Land of Tamar, Krypton Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam nobility. Islam nobility.
Michael, Mississippi Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam nobility. Islam nobility.
Islam. Love Ibn Bay, New York Territory, Land of Nod, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Karamuja Bay.
Go ahead, Empress.
Islam. Sabre Hill, Michigan Territory, I affirm.
Islam. Khalil Islam, Jamaica, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam, Mother Chief Justice, Angelica Vetop State, Credit Judiciary, at Land of Nod, Monowaki, and Swampomag, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Ogun Wole, Supreme Seven Solution Hill, Kentucky Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Justice Cynthia and Bay, California Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Konsul Katibang Bay, United Kingdom Territory, I affirm.
Justice Consul, I'm so glad to hear your voice. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Amani Faraha Bay, Colorado Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Amora, Cameo, Sequoia from the Land of Flowers, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Chief Justice Shasha Ann Bay, Jamaica Territory, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Belinda from Citizen Subject, Louisiana Territory, I affirm.
Thank you. Islam.
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 Karamuja Bay, Tennessee Territory. Unity is great. The format is great. I affirm.
Thank you so much. I love it. The unity is awesome. And Belinda, thank you for putting your vote on the record as well, because this directly is connected with you and all the subjects every day for all that we're doing. Islam.
Islam. Thank you.
Light Tajiri Bay, Pauline Denise Ritchie, Chief Justice, Washington Territory, I affirm.
Islam Al-Goddess Nabi Bay, Sia Territory, also known as Texas Territory, I affirm.
Islam, indeed.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Anangel Mahatkabade, Canyonland Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam Nobility.
Noble Tamate Hassan Bey, I totally affirm.
Thank you, Nobility.
Islam.
Anyone else? Islam. Is there anyone who does not affirm? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Islam.
Islam.
I want to reaffirm. I didn't add my territory. Nathaniel Boucherie Bay, Rashid Assadullah L, New York Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Chief Justice.
Islam. Okay,
Islam.
So Islam Nobility.
This is Chief Justice Maurice Lloyd L. in Alabama Territory, I affirm as well.
Islam, indeed. So we had no one who did not affirm. So we consider that a unanimous vote by the Congress. So this will be how our tags look from this day forward in terms of every day. This is how everyone's tags are going to look. All tags will be the same. They will have the banner in the corner here. So everyone who comes here from any place else should have this banner on their conveyance. That way it's going to match all the airplanes and the buses and everything else that's doing commerce. So now we will take a vote to affirm the government tags. The government, and this is called a national conveyance plate. So we'll go ahead and approve the format of this. Light Tajiri Bay, Chief Justice Pauline Denise Ritchie, Washington Territory, I affirm.
Angelica South Bay, Mother Chief Justice, Creditor Fiduciary, Land of Nod, Manawatu, Swampomac, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam. Islam.
Go ahead, Justice Nader, and then Justice Dumois.
Medan Shabis Bay, Arizona Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Michael Dumois, Mickey Bay, Mississippi Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Go ahead, Nobility.
Islam. Love Ibn Allah Bey, Consul General, New York Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Ogunwole, Supreme Seven Solutionil from Kentucky Territory, I affirm.
Islam.
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 Jamaica territory.
Cativan Bay,
Okay.
United Kingdom territory. I affirm.
Okay. That was Jamaica and United Kingdom territory. Justice Anthony and Justice Kansu affirmed.
Islam.
Islam.
Earl Julian Lloyd L. Krypton Territory, Land of Tamar, X-Rail, Kentucky. I affirm.
Islam.
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 Chief Justice Nathaniel Bruce Cherry and the Empire State of Morocco. I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Empress Shasha, and then the
Chief Justice Shasha Ann Bay, Jamaica, Jamaica Territory. I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. Go ahead, Nobility.
Sergeant Justice Harold Muja Bay from the Chickasaw Malampas Sumatchin tribe. I affirm.
Beautiful. Thank you.
In Tennessee Territory. Islam.
Thank you.
Islam.
Empress Cynthia and then Empress Imani, I believe that.
Thank you. Islam, Justice Cynthia Ann Bay, California Territory. I affirm. Islam.
There was another Empress, I believe Empress Imani.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Justice Imani Faraha Bay. I affirm. Colorado Territory.
Islam.
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 Noble Timothy Hassan Bey, Virginia Territory. I affirm totally.
Islam.
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 Islam Empress.
Amora, Cameo, Sequoia L. From the Land of Flowers. I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
Anagel Mahatkabade, Anagel Stocia Saunders, Chief Justice, Canaanland Territory. I affirm.
Indeed. Islam.
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 This is Chief Justice Maurice Lloyd L. in Alabama Territory. I affirm as well.
Islam. Indeed.
Islam.
Is there anyone who, Islam Empress?
Algalis, Navi, Chandra, Bay, Mahatel, Sia Territory, Texas, I affirm.
Anyone else? Is there anyone who does not affirm this tag, this national conveyance plate? Islam. Therefore, we have a unanimous vote of yes and approval for the national conveyance plate. So the automobile plate is approved as well as the national conveyance plate. So we will, this vote and approval for this law automobile identifying, let's see, let's keep it simple, automobile plate, the automobile plate law. And this law, the number of this law, because we have to assign numbers to, oops, I don't really want it to be that big. The automobile plate law The number of this 0809. So year, month, and day of the law is the number of that law. So 2024 0809 is the law number, which will also tell us the law date, the date that the law was made for our nation. So, and that provides protection also for the subjects as well. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about this law? Islam Empress.
So as I mentioned earlier, so have we come into an agreement regarding how the alphanumerical numbers will be categorized for the state? So there's no overlap in number sequencing and alphanumeric and such, you know, because let's say you desire to have a number and there's somebody else comes up with the same reasoning and have the same number.
So if they're in different states, they can have the same one.
But I'm talking about for the same state.
For the same state?
Mm-hmm. To avoid that, you know.
To avoid duplication of tags for that same state?
Yes.
We're going to just notify each other. We have to speak to one another. That's how we're going to know. And here's the thing. The public record is a good way to keep track of that also. So you can search the public record for your state. And for example, I'm going to put my tag number, you know, whatever I have on my tags for my conveyances, I'm going to publish that onto the public record. Let me see, is that the way to, yeah. For this one, it'll be published on the public record. This one. You know, whatever that turns out to be, whatever the Washington plate says. So we'll just have to talk with one another, talk with each other, and check the public record to make sure that there's no duplication.
Okay, so that could be stipulated. The words in express form. I mean, not form, but you know, express words. That will be a part of the law because that's important.
Yeah, just put it on the public record, and then talk to one another. Because see, people will ask you, where'd you get your plates? How did you get that? And, you know, what about these plates or whatever? Then you just tell them how to do it. You can refer them to this video or this Congress, and then ensure that there's no duplication that way.
Yes, because also this is for all people, you know, sovereigns and the ipso jure subjects.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually there's going to need to be some type of a catalog system in place where,
yeah,
because it also mentioned in the reading that we read earlier, if a license is expired, then there's a time where that you know, you don't have any more time, grace period to renew, even with, you know, the fees associated, that number will go back into circulation for other people to use.
Yeah. We can set that time period for 10 years. So if a license number has been pulled back or it has been not renewed within a 1 year, not 1 year, you have 90 days, no, let me see, is it known as 30 days to renew? 30 days to renew the tag.
Mm-hmm.
Before there is a penalty for not renewing it.
Okay.
You have 30 days to renew it. And if within that 30-day period you do not get it renewed,
then there's fees, and then they need to have a grace period to pay the fee. So then it sounds like initially you have 30 days if to remember you have to renew, and then after the 30 days, then you have an additional, 30 days to pay. So that's a combined 60 days of that number.
30 days to renew, and if you don't renew within that 30-day period, there are fees attached to that, to the non-renewal. After 30 days, each day there's going to be something added to it, or each week.
But how far, that's what I'm saying. So how far out do they have to accumulate fees and to get that done? So if we give them 30 days for them
4.5 hours of fantasy bullshit. Bullshit.
So what I'm saying is they have 30 days to renew, and after 30 days they accrue fees. So that has to be a cutoff date where the fees stop accumulating, and when they have that living line of you can't cross this no more, we've taken back the number, and the plates then have to be given back, and they lose their effectiveness, and thus and so. I mean, because all of these stipulations have to be, understood and written out.
Islam.
Right now, I think what we'll just do is stay with the 30 days. They have 30 days to renew them. Let's stop right there with the governing of it for now, and then as things arise, if they arise, because they may not, that may not come up, but if it does come up, we will we'll discuss then how to do it. I get what you're saying, Empress, about how long do they have after that before we take the plates back.
Yeah, because we can't leave ambiguity out in the governing aspect of re-governing. So that's why I'm expressing these concerns, because
a year. Let's say a year. A year to take the thing back. But in that time period, there's going to be an accrual every day of fees until they get.
If I may inject, really quick, here in Colorado, you have a 30-day period where you have to get your tax, renewed. Then you have a 30-day grace. Then after that, then it's, you have to pay these fees. So I don't know if that's something to be considered or not.
Islam Tajiri.
Islam nobility.
How long is the place valid for?
Say again, please.
How long is the place valid for?
A year. The plate itself is valid forever, but the tab, the renewal, the renewal tab is yearly. It's annually.
Oh, okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah. So during that time period, after the 30 days grace period, because it's a 30-day grace period after it expires. It's a 30-day grace period. After that time period, we can do one of two things or both. We can say that the vehicle is confiscatable if it's not properly tagged after that 30-day period. We could say that is a potential penalty. Or the fees accumulate. So I don't really care to get into the confiscation of vehicles. Me personally, I don't really care too much for that as a penalty. I think that fees. Is going to be the thing. Now, Morris, let me say this, because the ancestors are really putting this in my spirit about about this process and all of our processes. Just because your nationality card means that there's no fees to pay about the thing does not mean that we can just not do the stuff. We still have to do it. Because some people will say, well, if I'm late getting it, it's no problem because it ain't going to be no fees anyway. I got a nationality ID card, so there'll be no fees. Well, if you don't have a good reason for it being late after 30 days after, then, you know, we have to trust that we will do things in a timely manner, because that's really what this is about. It's about us trusting one another and not breaking that trust and taking our rights seriously. Because see, we have these rights. We don't have to pay for things that we have a right to do on our own land. But we do have to minister our estate. We have to do the things. We have to do them. Just because it's a right doesn't mean we can just let that right be thrown off to the side and not take care of it just because it's free. It is seemingly free, because we see what that can lead to. Is you know what we just came out of. You know.
I affirm Islam, because learning about consulate jurisdiction, what's the word that you can be summons or court, men of the Isles, as Nate stated. You know, you can be brought into the court of the council and be you know, not charged, but you will be scrutinized. That word would be better. For your inaction and your lack of, you know, nobility and honorability and lack of righteousness and lack of justice and the lack of truth and the lack of peace and the lack of love. I mean, because you're not
going back into slavery either. You know, we don't want to go back to that. We're not going back there.
I mean, because this is where iron and, you know, I am my brother and sister's keeper, and all of that is, you know, and that's accountability at the end of the day. And this is an account, and you got to govern your account and your affairs, and on that goes. So, I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
And you got it.
We have to honor the system, because that's how our estate is kept in order and clean and clear. We have to honor the system.
We gotta cleanse the mind of that old ways and renew it in new ways.
So my thing is, I do not will to govern from a place of mistrust in the Moor.
Renewing the mind.
Yeah. I will not govern that way. I will always govern from a place of trust. So, in other words, I don't want to build up a whole penalty system, because we're not based on penalties. We're based on because it's our own estate. It's our own, you know. So, I will not to put a whole bunch of emphasis on penalties, but I will to put a lot of emphasis on the rewards that our nationality has brought to us. Is that, no, we don't have to pay for things. We have a right to do commerce on our own land. We have a right to drive if we want to drive, you know. all those words that everybody was scared of. We're not scared of them. Those words belong to us, so we will to govern from that place, you know. And those that, and this is a spiritual covenant as well. We've agreed to covenant with each other, to be in covenant with each other. And so, you know, I'm not even going to mention anything about those that don't want to do this and those that are lax about their own estate. Those are called blacks, not Moors. So, with that being stated, thank you so much for the vote, because guess what? We never have to pay renewal fees for our tags, ever. That's awesome for us. That's awesome. I think it's amazing. And so now, the next Islam nobility.
Can I get a 10-minute sidebar after the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to show you something on paper.
Okay. 10 minutes, nobility.
All I need.
Okay. All right. So now the next step in this process is going to be make the tags, and before you put them on your conveyance, you are to notify the subjects in the office of police, subjects in the office of sheriff, subjects in the office of state patrol, subjects in the office of governor, subjects in the office of county court.
Hey, TJ.
And subjects in the office of DMV or whatever that is, Department of Transportation, actually. Islam Empress Rose?
I was saying, what about the Attorney General? That's what he says, property custodian.
Yeah, subjects in the office of anyone that your spirit has led you to notify, but for certain that also subject in the office of Attorney General for the United States. And subjects in the office of anything that has to do with driving the roads. Oh, also Department of Commerce, subjects in the Office of Commerce Department or Commerce Ministry for us. You can notify them. Nobody's there. We're here. So, but it's going to be a good idea to notify. So, particularly subjects in the Office of Law Enforcement. And most of them have our banner on their vehicles already. We've already shown you that here. Most of them have our banner on one side, and then they have that other one on the other side. So they will know. And that's the beauty of this. What else? So in conclusion of this Congress, I have just a couple of things. There was a Moore online who put a comment under our video, and I've erased or covered their identity, even though it was put on the public record. It was under the video, the majority, and they said, now the fasting this mess out of my body, clean from diabetes, high blood pressure, I'm doing good now. So just a quick testament to the 3-day fast that we do each month. And really, we've developed a life of fasting. And when we say a life of fasting, just staying away from things that no longer serve us, basically. But doing the 3-day water fast for those who have had issues with things like high blood pressure and diabetes and, high cholesterol and all of that, the 3-day fast each month will bring that down over time and really quickly for us, very quickly, almost immediately, actually. So we would encourage everyone to do a 3-day water-only fast. Water, 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 water. And usually when we do our water fast, we take sea salt with it. And here's the thing, Morris. In the Biblios, it says that when the children of Israel left Egypt, they were all healthy. None of them were sick. It's because of things like this. None of us have to be sick. None of us have to be sick. We can all be well just by a simple 3-day water-only fast each month. And here's the thing. Take your blood pressure and all of that before you start your 3-day fast, and then take it after you've done your 3-day fast, and watch what happens. Watch. Islam. It's working already. People are being healed all over the land. People are being healed everywhere because of fasting, just the 3-day fast. Also, there was a case study that I came across. For those who like to look at case studies, I'll put this one in the chat. It's a good one to take a look at. And this should say civic rights. So our person does not have civil rights. Our person has civic rights. And we stated that earlier. With that being stated, I don't have anything further for this Congress. Islam Empress. When do we? That's good. When do we meet again? That was your question, Empress?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much, because I sure would have adjourned and not said that. Let's give it another 2 weeks. Unless you will to meet weekly. It's up to the Congress. Let's do another 2 weeks and then talk about it. Is everyone in agreement with that, or?
Islam, I affirm.
I affirm.
I affirm.
I affirm.
Islam.
I affirm.
Islam Empress, did you put that link in the last link in the chat?
Yes, I did. Let me see. Let me make sure I put it. Yeah, it's there.
Okay, thanks.
And that date is going to be the 22nd. The 22nd of September. Islam Empress.
Could you put the other plate, the image of the other plate?
Yes.
Thanks.
This is the national conveyance plate here. So, yes, the 22nd. We will meet again on the 22nd to. Do we have a subject matter? Because I have plenty that I can always. Because we're. Oh, let me say this too. House of Reawakening Minds, Grand Sheikh Tajiri Bey. This past Friday, he mentioned something that is very, very key for what we're doing. He said that some things aren't really related in the people's minds. He said, but privatizing or reclaiming of our right of estate is in fact a process. It's in the process of nationalization. So what he was saying is that by these legal processes, and this was my interpretation of what he's saying, that by us doing these legal processes, we are literally reclaiming and nationalizing everything. He said, even though nationalization is not mentioned in the word private or privatizing, he said that that is, in fact, the process of nationalization. And then Dr. G mentioned that the hybrids had a guy who was the quote-unquote president of the new republic in the 90s. And of course, they arrested him and threw him in jail for 10 years because you can't really do that. But he said, she mentioned that they were doing things side by side of the U.S. Okay. And she said that they were doing things decently and in order. And she said that they would that they should think about looking at what they're doing. Well, what they're doing is what we're doing. We've already reclaimed everything, and all we do is look at what the U.S. was doing, and then we restate it. So we're doing that. Grand Sheik also clarified that governor is a substitute they. Well, we have actually manifested governors here. We've manifested the governors and the government. We were supposed to be doing that. Also, he talked about, and this is really important where restatement is concerned, he mentioned that what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. He said, the greatest weapon in the hands of our nation today for America is our press, or our ability to write our own stuff. Okay? So Prophet Noble Drew Ali did state, the greatest weapon in the hands of our nation today for America is our ability to write our own narrative and our own stories and the things that we do. So restatement, even as mentioned in chapter 2 of the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, our ability to restate everything cannot be argued with. Okay, it can't be argued with. The system recognizes what we're doing. Prophet Noble Drew Ali also said that unless we express ourselves through papers of our own, the truth about us will not be told. There is more affirmation that what we're doing is absolutely what we should be doing. And in Grand Sheik's words, he said, our papers are our only hope of shoveling ourselves out from under. Oh, this is what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. Our papers are our only hope of shoveling ourselves out from under the avalanche of lies that are annually let loose upon us. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, a strong, free press, and press just means the pen, writing, is the best possible safeguard of the liberties in general, promotion and defense of the interests of a strong, free nation and government. Period.
Islam. Said, I forgot that what might be annually let loose on us. Does that mean taxes?
Yes. Having to renew everything and keep doing things, every year, taxes, taxed. He specifically said the word annually. And then the children going back to school annually, letting loose more craziness until now.
Yes.
So the prophet knew that we had to change the literature. He knew that. We had to change the literature. It's up to us to do this, to write it. So I'm grateful to Grand Sheik Taj for reading that part of the hadith from Prophet Noble Drew Ali. because we're so in alignment with everything that our prophet stated. We're absolutely, and here's the thing, let me make this clear. I was in a meeting the other day and someone said something about the women taking over the temple. This is not a takeover of any temple because we are the temple. The women, the matriarchs are the temple, and we're just issuing from the temple.
Ashe.
So we're the temple together. All of us are the temple together, and that comes from the womb of the matriarchs. All of us. So we are we don't have to take over a temple because we are the temple. So with that being stated, in closing, Justice Kansu and
yeah, the T-shirt that you're wearing.
Yes. Oh.
Have a look at it.
It says Moroccan Empire. It's a wrap. We got this. Let me see. Let me make sure you can see it.
I got it.
You got it? Here.
Where can I get it from?
Stop screen sharing, and I'll go ahead and it says Moroccan Empire. It's a wrap. We got this. This came from Empress, the Empress at Michigama Territory, Empress Sabra, our Empress there at Michigama Territory that does these T-shirts and jackets, and she came here. I'm trying to remember her appellation. I see her beautiful face. She's just so beautiful. Empress, and I see her appellation in my mind. She's at Michigama Territory. I cannot remember her appellation at the moment, but she's done some beautiful jackets. I have a jacket that has it in Moroccan Empire in red and all lowercase letters on it. It's got our flag. It's just beautiful. It's green, very beautiful jacket also that she did.
Is she on the net?
She is on the internet. She is on Facebook and other places as well with Moroccan Empire clothing, T-shirts, and all of that. And she gifted me with this one and the jacket as well.
But you don't remember the name?
I don't remember her appellation at all. She used to be a part of Congress, and she still is, of course. She just doesn't. She watches them, but she doesn't attend. Hasn't attended lately. Let me put it that way. And I can't remember her appellation. I'll remember it, Justice Kansu, and I'll give her a shout out in our next Congress. Islam. Let me say this quickly. Do you remember the time when you were in the corporate loop and you had to get up every morning and go to work and come home and do the things you do, and then get back home without running out of gas and waiting for lunch and not knowing what you're going to eat for lunch, and you wake up tired, you get dressed, you fight traffic, you check the gas tank, you knowing you need a big raise, thinking about what's on your to-do list, all of those things, we're changing all of that. We're changing all of that. We willed to change the world, and we've done it already. We came together and unified, and we speak with one voice, and we just changed the world. We continue to change it. Let's keep doing that. With that being stated, I have nothing further for this amazing Congress. Peace, and we will meet again on the 22nd of September. Peace and grand rising to all. Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Smiling. Peace and love. Beautiful song.
Islam.
Islam.